I'm happy to see that the power is restored, as is the water supply, so the toilets are now in working order, so the Commission can resume. Mr. Semenya?
Chair and Commissioners, may I apologize on behalf of our team. I have not been around and I am part to the explanation for our late start today. We attempted.
You received a message that we shouldn't start until we were informed that you were ready, because you had to take instructions on what happened yesterday. So I take it that's not all happened.
It has happened.
So that's why we can start.
I'm indebted.
All right, that's fine. You're still under oath, Mr. Mpofu. You're still busy with your witness.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Mr. Phatsha.
Oh, yeah, Bulisa. Yes.
Yes, unfortunately, yesterday the power went off whilst we were in the middle of a sentence. So what I'll do is I'll just ask the question again, and then we'll take it from there.
Ngelisho umbani uye wahamba izolo sakubuza omnye umbuzo ne uke uzawuqhubeka kapho aphelele gqibele khona izolo.
Yes. And just to remind you, I had just asked you about the kind of weapons that you had been carrying on the 10th and the 11th, on the one hand, which you said was a stick, and then you had said by the 16th you had the ingcula and the bush knife.
Uyakhumbula izolo umbuzo obuzwe wona into yokuba ngomhla lo we-10 nange-11 wawuphethe induku ne, ngoku ke watsho into yokuba ngomhla we-16 wawuphethe incula kunye ke nale mela ubibiza ibhutsha. Uyakhumbula?
Ndiyakhumbula.
I remember.
Yes, and now the question that I had asked you was what had happened in between those two dates which had made you to change the nature of weapons that you were carrying.
Usakhumbula nangokubuza ke ngoku uba uMpofu into yokuba yintoni le yenzekayo enza into yokuba utshintshe uphathe ezinye izixhobo ungaphathe ezabo uziphethe esasixhobo ubusiphethe ngaphambili.
Ngaphendula.
Can I answer?
Yes, please.
Ewe baba.
Kungoba sihlaselwe yinam.
It's because we were attacked by Num.
Yes, and so that I understand, but what did you intend to do with the weapons?
Othi uyayiva le kodwa ke ngezi zixhobo ubusiphethe bufuna ukwenza ntoni ngaso?
Bendizama ukuzikhusela xa ungaba inam ifika isigebenga ngola hlobo.
I wanted to use them to protect or defend myself in case Num came and attacked us like before.
Okay, now the next question is, you've already testified that you lived in a shack. Where is that shack? What is the name of the township?
Uchilo ke aphinda ba uhlala kwigali eTyotyombeni. Le ndawo ke ngoku wakhe kuyo ibizwa kuthiwa intoni igama layo?
Kusenkanini.
It's called Nkaning.
Okay. And the question I wanted to ask you is in relation to, you remember when I showed you certain positions in Exhibit L, and one of them was a path.
Uyakhumbula ke ngoku ngelixesha buvulele incwadi nemifanekiso waboniswa indlela ebezi kulo ncwadi leyo?
Ndiyakhumbula.
I remember.
Now, if on which road or path did you use on the 16th on your way to the copy?
Ngelixesha ke nge-16 nani hamba nisiya kwikopi nasebenzisa iphi indlela?
Sasebenzisa le ndlela siqala uyisebenzisa noba siyeMarekani.
We use the path that we usually take even when we go to Marikana.
Yes, and which one is it?
Gay play.
ihamba phambili kwesibaya.
It leads and moves in front of the crawl.
Yes, so is it the same one that you showed the commission yesterday?
Yilebo ibonisa ke i-commission izolo.
Ewe.
Yes.
And on the other days, when you said you had been going to the copy, which path did you use? And sorry, when I say you, I mean you as in singular.
Ufuna uqonda ba ngezinye insuku ke ngexesha busiya pha ku copy buhamba ngeyiphi indlela uthetha ngawe wena ubuqu ne
Bendihamba ngayo yona eyandlela siqhele uhamba ngayo.
I was working on that same path on the road on which we usually travel.
Okay. Now, the next issue which I wanted to cover with you is, you remember we had a discussion about your injuries.
Usakhumbula ngexesha ke ngoku besithetha ngomonza ngendlela owenzakele ngomonzakalo wakho.
Ndiyakhumbula.
I remember.
Okay, now once again we are in possession of your full medical report, but we didn't want to burden the record. We've just attached to D4 a copy of your J8.
Utike pha phambi kwakhe
J8.
uphethe incwadi eyingxelo iyakagqirha ebonisa indlela owenzekele ngayo.
It's at the back of D4. Are you there?
Iku D4 ke kuthiwa pha ngasemva.
Okay, and at least it's a doctor's handwriting that one can read. Under the clinical findings, it says that there's a crash type distal left foot injury, and then a question mark, close range shooting injury.
The word is shotgun, actually.
Shotgun, yes, that's correct. Thank you, Chairperson. Close range shotgun injury.
Next one is compound fracture.
Compound fracture, soft tissue loss, distal left big toe, and toe next to the big toe. That seems to be a kind of summarized version of your injuries. Is that consistent with your own experience?
Kuthiwa ke ngoku into ugqirha ngelixesha xilonga wazifumanisayo kuwe wafumanisa into yokubana ke ngoku kukho apha ke ngoku konzakala ukutyumzwa okuthile okukhoyo ukonzakalo nako kukho ke ngoku ukuthi kuyabonakala into yokubana wadutyulwa ngombhaxa kodwa lo mntu wayidubula wayengekho kude wayekufuphi ne uyachaza ke ngoku into yoba wawenzakele ke ngoku apha kubhonzi apha kwenziwane noluzwane olulusecam kobhonzi injalo loo nto leyo.
Injalo.
That's correct.
And can you also confirm that, and if it's necessary, we will produce the documents, but generally speaking, part of the treatment you received involved some kind of skin graft where a piece of your thigh was cut off to augment the lost tissue on your foot?
Ngoku ke unyango owathi walufumana yinyani na into yokuba kwasikwa apha ethangeni ke ngoku inyama ithile baze bazonxiba pha kulaa ndawo apho ke ngoku wawenzakele khona pha kwinzwane.
Injalo.
That's correct.
Sorry. Has the injury completely healed now?
Ngoku ke umonzakalo apho wenzekele khona uphilile ngoku.
Andikaphili kakuhle.
I am not completely healed.
Yes, and when was the first time that you were able to wear a shoe, even a soft shoe, on the side that was injured?
Uqale nini ke ube uyakwazi ukunxiba isihlangu okanye mhlawumbe into ezifana neteki apha kulomlenze okanye kwelinyawo wonzakele kulo?
Ndiqale apha kuDecember.
I started in December.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have nothing further.
Mr. Mudlanga, are you going to cross-examine first, or are you reserving your cross-examination until one of your learned friends cross-examines?
Mr. Chairman, we reserve our cross-examination, but Mr. Mujapilo will do it at the end of cross-examination. Thank you.
Mr. Semenya, I take it you would wish to be the first cross-examiner from the parties. Is that correct?
Chair, I have, with your permission, asked Mr. Tip and to go before I do,
Right.
and Mr. Motau next, and then I'll follow thereafter.
So it's Tip.
Thank you, Chair.
Tip.
Thank you. The position is that we have not as yet received a copy of the statement that came under discussion yesterday. But nevertheless, in order not to waste further time today, I propose to deal with a couple of topics that I can deal with without that statement, I believe. If anything arises from it once it has been produced, then we'll raise it accordingly if necessary. Mr. Phatsha, as I understand your evidence...
Sorry, Chairperson, I don't want to interrupt my learned colleague. I don't know which statement it is that he has not
I
received.
take it he's referring to the statement that was discussed at the meeting we held before we
Oh,
started
I see.
yesterday.
Okay, sorry. I thought it was a statement of the witness.
The redacted statement.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, yes.
Which is, as I understand, going to be made available.
Yes.
I assumed it had been made available already, but we will investigate at tea time what the position is in that regard.
Yes,
Mr. Tip is
Chairperson. No,
happy
sorry.
to
I thought
proceed
it has
without
to do with the
being-
witness. Sorry, Chairperson.
Thank you. Mr. Phatsha, as I follow your evidence, both in the statement and your oral testimony here, you're unable to assist the Commission at all with any of the discussions and decisions taken at the meetings of the RDOs on 10 August 2012 and 11 August 2012. Would I be correct?
Uthi ke ngoku yena ummeli wenu ubawo usenior council Tip njememamele ubungqina bakho uthi ubungqina bakho ke ngoku abuchazi into kanye abukhonto buyicacisayo ngokubhekisela kwisigqibo esathathwa zi-RTO nge-10 nange-11 kwintlanganiso babezibambile injalo lonto leyo
Awuphinde.
Into ozithethayo ngamanye amazwi awucacisi ngesigqibo esenzekayo uzosixelela lapha into yoba ngesiphi isigqibo esathathwayo zi-RTO ngomhla we-10 nomhla we-11 ka-August injalo nto leyo
Injalo.
that is so.
And am I also correct in understanding that you are not able to say anything from your personal knowledge as to what happened at the NUM office on Saturday, 11 August 2012?
Awukwazi ke nokuthi ungasibalisela okanye usichazele into eyenzekayo kwi-office ye-NUM nge-11 zaka-August ngo-2012 injalo lonto
Injalo.
that is so.
What I do want to put to you is that there is evidence before the Commission that what happened essentially on 11 August is that there was a very large march of strikers to the NUM office, and they approached the NUM office with hostile intent.
Uthi ke ngoku into eyenzekileyo uyakuxelela into yobana nge-11 ka-August kwakukho abantu ke ngoku babebambe umngcelele bejongise kwi-ofisi zenum ngalo mhla lo we-11 zaka-August kwaye babe ndlongondlongo baye benenjongo ezithile ukuya kwabo apho uyayiva loo nto leyo
Ndiyayiva.
I hear
And that it was a group that was armed with knob carries and spears, and according to one witness, some pangas.
kuthiwa aba bantu ke babexhobile bephethe izagweba kunye nemikhonto nelinye ingqina ke latsho into babephethe nephanga.
Azange kuphathwe imikhonto, azange kuphathwe into zibukhali.
No pangas were carried and no sharp objects were carried.
I'm not going to spend time debating that with you. I've put the essence of it.
How do you know that? I understood you to say that you couldn't tell us anything about what happened at the NUM office on the 11th of August.
Ngokuba ke ngoku wena awazi into ba kwenzeka ntoni nge-11 zakaAgasti phaa kwi-office enum, wazi njani into yokuba abantu bebengaphethanga zixhobo zibukhali?
Ndabona xa bebuya bebaleka.
I saw them when they were returning and fleeing.
Thank you, Chair. And it follows from that, Mr. Phatsha, that you are not in a position to say anything about the composition of the group and what they were carrying whilst they were on the way to the NUM office, because you were not there and you didn't see them.
Kuthiwa ke ngenxa yokuba wena ngeli xesha abantu bebamomngcelele beya kwi-ofisi ye-NUM, ngenxa yokuba wena wawungekho phaya ngeli xesha bebisiya apho, awukwazi ke ngokusixelela into yoba abantu babephethe ntoni okanye babengaphethanga ntoni na. Uthini ngaloo nto?
Awuniphinde?
Ngenxa yoba wawungekho kwelaa qela lalihamba njengose kwi-ofisi ye-UNM, awukwazi ke ngokuzosixelela into yobana babephethe ntoni aba bantu kuba wawungenabo ngelaa xesha.
Ngokuba ndadibana nabo endleleni xa ndisiya.
It is because I met them on my way there.
Yes, you were on the way there, they were fleeing, correct?
Ewe wawusiya phaya kodwa bona babebaleka. Injalo loo nto leyo? Yes.
Yes, I'm going to move on. The fact is, Mr. Phatsha, that the members of the NUM who were involved in this incident were in their office. They did not come out of the office in order to find strikers somewhere to attack them. Do you agree?
Uvumelana naye na into yokuba aba bantu be-NUM babezihlelele ofisini?
Mr. Tip, I don't understand how you expect him to answer that. He says he only came in that vicinity after the main events were over, when the strikers were coming away from the NUM office. He doesn't know what happened before that. So I don't think I can allow that question.
Yes. Sorry, Chairperson. Apart from that, that is not the evidence. The evidence is not that they were in the office.
It's been disallowed, so you don't have to deal with it further.
Well, Chairperson, in case if it's put or rephrased in a different way.
It's rephrased in a different way, you can deal with it. Yeah. If he can ask the witness a question that the witness will be in a position to answer. But inasmuch as the witness wasn't there at the time that the events in the vicinity of the office took place, I'm not sure he can ask any question about it. But anyway, I've disallowed the question. The question is no longer there to be answered, so you don't have to concern yourself with it for the moment.
Chair, it was not a very well formulated question. I propose to reformulate it. And the point is this, Mr. Phatsha. You knew that there was a very large group of strikers who went to the NUM office.
Ubusazi into yoba kwakukho ke ngoku eli qela labantu babe baninzi babe babomngcelele besiya kwi-office ze-NUM. Injalo loo nto?
Injalo.
That is so.
And you did not at any time on that day find that there was a group of NUM persons who were attacking strikers at the Vonderkop Stadium or anywhere in that vicinity?
Zange uke ubone abantu beNUM behlasela abaqhankqalazi kula ngingqi yase Vonderkop okanye kwenye indawo zange ukubona into enjalo injalo lonto
zange ndiyibone.
I never saw it.
And on the 12th of August, did you ever see any NUM members attacking strikers in the vicinity of the Koppie or anywhere else in Vonderkop or at Lonman generally?
Ngalamhle ke ngoku wa 12 waka August wena ngawakhamehlo wake wabona amalungu enum ehlasela abantu abaqhankqalazayo mhlawumbi sithi pha kwiKopi okanye eVonderkop okanye pha kuLonmin wake wabona into enjalo isenzeka ngawakhamehlo?
Ndandingekho ngaloo mini.
I was not there on that day.
You told us that you had gone, at least for a brief time, to the Koppie on all 3 days, 12, 13, 14. Is that right?
Utheke ngoku ngexesha wawusiya pha kuKopi ngomhla we12 ne13 ne14 ungahlali ixesha lide khona.
Ndandingahlali ixesha lide, ndandihlala nje mbijana ndiphinde ndihambe.
Yes, I was just spending a short time there and would leave after that.
Let me abbreviate it, Mr. Phatsha. From the 11th to the 16th of August, you did not at any time see any NUM members attacking strikers.
Kususela ke ngomhla we11 kaAugust uyotsho ngalomhla we16 ne wena ngawakhamehlo zange ukubone amalungu enum ehlasela abantu abaqhankqalazayo injalo lonto?
Hayi sandi wabona.
Yes, I never saw them.
Now, you went even briefly to the Koppie to find out what was happening about the strike on Sunday the 12th of August, correct?
Wena waya ke kwiKopi ufuna ukuqonda bakwenzeka ntoni ke ngolu qhankqalazo kwakunge12 zaAugust ngalomini leyo injalo lonto leyo?
Hayi andiyazi leyo.
I don't know anything about that.
Well, let me again try and abbreviate it. On the occasions that you went to the Koppie, any occasion, on the 12th, the 13th, the 14th, the 15th, the 16th, did you hear people talking about the fact that on the Sunday, the 12th of August, 2 Lonman security personnel had been killed?
Ngezinsuku kusukela nga12, 13, 14, 15 kaAugust yotsho nge16 wake weva ke wena kuthethwa ngomba ukuba nge12 onogada babini base Lonmin babulawa wake wava kuxoxwa kanye kuthethwa ngento enjalo?
Ndayiva.
I heard about that.
When did you hear about that?
Wava nini ngalonto leyo?
Ndeva nge15.
I heard about that on the 15th.
Did you also hear about the fact that 2 people had been killed on the night of the 12th of August? The K4 shaft. Yes. At the K4 shaft?
Where comes senior
K4 shaft.
K4?
K4 shaft.
Wayevana nangento yokuba kukho abantu ke ababini ababulawayo K4 shaft?
Zange ndive.
I never heard about that.
Did you hear about an incident on the 13th of August, the Monday, at which 2 police officers had died, 2 strikers and 1 civilian?
Weva ngesehlakalo ke senzekayo ngomhla we13 apho kuthiwa kwasweleka amapolisa amabini nabaqhankqalaza ababini kwakunye nomnye umuntu nje owayengomnye owayesuka kwindawo yokuhlala?
Ndeva.
I heard.
And when did you hear that?
Leyo yona wayiva nini?
Ndayiva pha ku16.
I heard about that on the 16th.
Did you hear or perhaps even see that a man had been killed in the near vicinity of the Koppie on 14 August?
Wake weva into yokuba pha kufuphi kwiKopi kukho indoda ithile eyabulawayo kanye wayibona ngawakhamehlo lonto leyo?
Ndandingekho.
I was not there.
And when you heard these reports about the incidents that you did hear about, did you understand that some of your fellow strikers had been involved in those incidents?
Ngeli xesha wawusiva ke ngezi zihlakalo wawusazi into yokuba oogxa bakho wawunabo babebandakanyeka kwezi zonzeko na kwezi zonhlakalo?
Onphinde.
Wawusazi oogxa bakho abanye babeqhankqalaza into yoba babe nesandla kule nto yayenzekile na?
Zange ndive.
I never heard about that.
So when, for instance, you heard that 2 Lonman security men had been killed on Sunday the 12th, you had no idea about what had taken place. Is that what you're saying?
Ngoku ke wawusiva into yokuba kukho nge-12 la oonogada ababini ababulawayo phaa eLonmin. Wawungenalwazi, zange wazi into yoba kanye kanye into le yenzekayo?
Aye.
No.
You never heard that on that Sunday morning, another very large group of strikers had been on their way to the NUM office when they were met by some Lonman security men?
Azange uve nokuba ke ungalacawa abantu ke ngoku aba babehamba besiya kwi-office ze-NUM ngeli xesha bedibana nonogada. Zange uyiveleyo?
Zange ndive.
I never heard about that.
That concludes our questions, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tip. Mr. Matar, are you going to cross-examine on behalf of London?
Yes, thank you, Chair and members of the Commission. Mr. Phatsha, as I understand your evidence, you say that you only joined the strike on the 10th of August 2012. Is that correct?
Uthi ke wena waye wazibandakanye ke noqhankqalazo olu ngomhla we-10 ka-August.
Kunjalo.
That is so.
And I want to assume that at the time when you joined the strike, you must have come to find out about other incidents which had taken place, such as, for example, the demands which had been made by RDOs at that stage. Correct?
Uthi ke na uzawuthatha into yokubana ngeli xesha buzibandakanye ke noqhankqalazo busewuvile ke ngoku into yokuba yintoni ile RDO zaziyifuna. Injalo loo nto?
Injalo.
That is so.
Can I also assume that you found, or you did find out that on the 21st of June 2012, certain RDOs marched to the offices of Mr. Da Costa where they had a meeting with him?
Ubuze bangathatha into yokubana ubunolwazi nangale nto into yoba i-RDO ezithile ke ngoku zaye zaya kwi-ofisi yakamhlekazi uDa Costa nge-21 kaJune naleyo buyazi?
Hayi andiyazi.
I know nothing about that.
You, at the time of joining the strike, did not know that on the 21st of June, a demand of 12,500 rands after deduction had been made by RDOs to Mr. Da Costa.
Ngeli xesha ke wawuzibandakanya noqhankqalazo olu Gwayimbo wawungenalwazi lokuba.
I don't think he worked at Korea. You remember his evidence yesterday was he worked at the Eastern Platinum at the shaft known as the Bob shaft. And so the
Chair, I'm asking.
It might be helpful to approach the matter on on that basis. What you're talking about happened at Korea. We don't even know if he knows of Mr. Da Costa, who Mr. Da Costa is. You remember he's one of the people in charge at the Korea shafts.
Chair, I am fully aware of that fact. What I'm probing with the witness is as at the time when he joined the strike on the 10th of
I
August,
understand.
which facts did he come to know?
No, I understand that. I'm just saying to you, you might be able to cross-examine him in a more focused way if you start with the fact that the first facts you put to him happened at Korea. Mr. Da Costa's at Korea. He's not at Korea. You can take it from there. You might get to the point you're trying to get to quicker.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Phatsha, you did come to find out that there was a demand of 12,500 rands after deduction, which was put or demanded by the RDOs. Am I correct?
waye weva ke wanolwazi lokuthi iRDO sasifuna ke umvuzo apho zizothi xa sigqibo tsalelwa sisale nge12,500 wayiva lonto leyo injalo
injalo.
that is so.
When did you find out about that for the first time?
Waqala nini ukuva ngalonto leyo?
Ndiqale ukuyiva kwangedenesa.
I heard about it for the first time on the 10th.
And can I then assume from your answer that you have no idea, or you had no idea, at least as at the 10th of August, about any interactions which had taken place between the RDOs and Mr. Da Costa?
Uthetha kakuhle xa esithi na ngamanye amazwi ilo nto ithetha into yokubana ngomhla we-10 zaka-August wawungazi into yokubana i-RDO zake zaba nendibano kunye nomhlekazi uDa Costa beshukuxa lo mba wemivuzo wawungazi into ngaloo nto leyo?
Ndingazi into ngaloo.
I know nothing about that.
And can I also assume that when you joined the strike on the 10th of August, you were aware that the strike was an unlawful strike?
Uyabuza into yokuba ngeli xesha wawuzibandakanya noluqhankqalazo ke ngalo mhla we-10 wawusazi into yokuba olo qhankqalazo alukho semthethweni?
Ndandilazi uba alikho mthethweni.
Yes, I knew that it was unprotected.
And you were also aware that management's position was that all demands should be addressed through the collective bargaining structures?
Wawusazi ke into yoba babesithi bona abaphathi okanye umqeshi into yokuba xa kukho imfuno ekhoyo abantu abayifunayo funeke bazomelwa ngabo ke ngokubameleyo xa kuzokubanjwa apho kubanjwa khona ingxoxo ngemivuzo. Injalo nto leyo?
Injalo.
That is so.
And as I understood your evidence, you stated that from 1982 to around December 2012, you were a member of NUM. Is that correct?
Uyabuza into yoba ukuve kakuhle na into yokuba uthe wena ukususela ngo-1982 kwaze kwaba nguDisemba ka-2012 lonke eli xesha ubulilungu leNUM. Injalo loo nto leyo?
Injalo.
That is so.
And at the time when you joined the strike, as at the 10th of August, you were aware that the RDOs had taken a position that they do not, or they did not want to involve any unions. Is that correct?
Ngeli xesha ke ngomhla ko-10 ka-Agasti wawuzibandakanya noqhankqalazo wawusewusazi isigqibo esithathwe zi-RDO into yokuba abafuni ukumelwa ziimanyano zabasebenzi bazawuzimela ngokwabo. Injalo loo nto leyo?
Injalo.
That is so.
And you were aware at the time when you joined the strike that the NUM had made its position clear that it was not in support of the strike, correct?
Nangeli xesha ke wawuzibandakanya loqhankqalazo wawusewuvile into yokuba iNUM yona yayisithi olo qhankqalazo yona ayiluxhasi. Injalo loo nto?
Asendivile.
I had already heard about that.
And you also found out, did you not, that the NUM was making a concerted effort to assist people who wanted to go to work to be able to do so?
Wawusewuvile nento yokubana iNUM yona yayisenza nako iinzame zokuba incede abantu abafuna ukuphangela uye enkomeni ukuba bahambe bayokusebenza. Injalo loo nto?
Ndivile.
I heard about that.
And surely all of the action of the NUM at the time must have made the strikers to be very unhappy, correct?
Ngokuqinisekileyo ke lento yayisenziwa iNUM ngela xesha lento mhlawumbi yenza into yokuba abaqhankqalazi bangayithandi lonto okanye bangaxoli injalo lonto
Awuniphinde?
lento esenziwa inum yokuba banceda abantu abafuna emsebenzini iyenza abaqhankqalazi into yoba bangayithandi lonto leyo yayenziwa inum.
Zange bayithandi.
They never liked it.
And the reason is obvious why they did not. It is because the strikers viewed the conduct of NUM as aimed to weaken the strike and ensure that it does not succeed. Correct?
Isizathu ke salonto leyo siyazicacela ngokwaso ngoba inum yayizama ukutyhafisa abantu ukuba bangaqhubekeki noqhankqalazo olu. Injalo lonto leyo?
Awuniphinde?
Iyavakala lonto icacile into yokuba ngento eyenza inum yayizama ke ngokutyhafisa abantu ukwenzela noqhankqalazo lwabo lungaphumeleli. Injalo lonto leyo?
Injalo.
That is so.
Mr. Babuya Kulu told the Commission that as at the 9th of August, there was a rumor that members of NUM were seen driving around in a Quantum and they were shooting at the strikers. Did you get to find out about that as well?
Sorry, Chairperson, that is not the evidence.
Oh, I'm sorry, the 10th, not the 9th.
Umhlekazi lobelapha uMabuya Khulu ngexesha benekubungqina bakhe uye wathi wava marhe into yokuba ngomhla we-10 ka-August abantu benumne babekhwele kwi-Quantum behamba bedubula abantu ngamarhe awavayo lawo into ayithethileyo apha. Nawe wawuyivile loo nto leyo?
Ayizange.
I never heard about that.
And it is quite obvious then that with the strikers being unhappy about what they attributed to NUM, rightly or wrongly, they decided that they must take certain steps to address that situation, correct?
Into ebonakalayo into yokuba ngenxa yokuba abaqhankqalazi bengazange bayithande into yayisenziwa inum loo nto yabanyanzela into yokubana bathathe amanyathelo ngaloo nto leyo bazokwazi ukuthi bazosombula loo nto leyo. Injalo loo nto leyo?
Awuniphinde?
Ngenxa yento yokubana abaqhankqalazi babengaxolanga ile nto yayisenziwa inum bagqibele ekubeni into yokubana bazawuthatha amanyathelo aza kwenza into yoba loo nto leyo yayisenziwa inum ngamanye amazwi baze bazoyisombulula ngendlela ethile. Injalo loo nto?
Hayi, andiyazi.
I don't know about that.
So you're telling the Commission that the strikers were holding certain views which they were attributing to NUM, rightly or wrongly, which were aimed at defeating the strike, and they took no decisions to address that situation. Is that what you want the Commission to believe?
Ufuna ukuthi ngamanye amazwi inum yayisenza izinto ezazenza ukuthi abantu bangaxoli nokwenza ukuthi bangaphumeleli kuqhankqalazo. Kwaze kwathi kunjalo abaqhankqalazi nabo abathatha sigqibo into abazokwenza into ngaloo nto leyo. Leyo into bayinum yayizama ukuphazamisa okanye ukubatyhafisa kuqhankqalazo lwabo. Into ithethayo ngamanye amazwi leyo.
Kunjalo.
That is so.
Right. When you joined the strike, Mr. Phatsha, you also associated yourself with the decision that at least the NUM as your union at the time should not get involved, correct?
Ngexesha wawuzibandakanya ke noqhankqalazo ngamanye amazwi wawume naba kule babethetha abanye abaqhankqalazayo into yokubana abafuni ukuba i-NUM bayifake ngamanye amazwi ibamele kulo mba wabo bewufuna. Injalo nto leyo?
Awuniphinde ndivanga.
Ndithi ngelixesha ke wawuzibandakanya noqhankqalazo ngamanye amazwi wawume uvumelana nabanye aba ngamanye amazwi owawuqhankqalaza kunye nabo into yokuba abafuni ukufaka i-NUM ba ibamele kule nto babeyifuna. Injalo loo nto leyo?
Injalo.
That is so.
May I ask you to turn to Exhibit B8? It's the statement of Mr. Mabuya Kulu in paragraph 2 thereof.
Ucela ke uchile ke kuntetho yenzwe ngumhlekazi uMabuya Khulu kuthiwa yiku B8.
Remember, he can't read, so you just sign his name, so you may have to read it.
Yes, yes, I am mindful.
Anyway, it would have to be translated to him, I think, as well.
Yes. You have it, sir?
Yes.
You will see in paragraph 2 of the statement of Mr. Mabuya Kulu, he says that on the 9th of August 2012, there was a meeting of all RDOs from Carrier, Rowland, and Eastern companies. The meeting was held at Wannekop outside the stadium. In that meeting, we discussed the salaries of the RDOs. And as I understood it, you were not present at that meeting, correct?
Uyatsho ke ngoku yena apha uMabuya Khulu into ayithethileyo into yoba nge-9 ka-Agasti kwabakho intlanganiso ye-RDO zonke zaseKarrier nase-Roland kwakunye naba basebenza e-Eastern. Le ntlanganiso yabanjelwa ngaphandle kwe-stadium se-Wonderkop. Kulo ntlanganiso saxoxa ke ngemivuzo ye-RDO. Ngokumbuza ubuzayo ummeli into yokuba kulo ntlanganiso wawungekho wena ngelo xesha. Yes, I was not there.
He proceeds to state that in that meeting it was decided that no union should be engaged in the wage negotiations. The reasons for the decision were that the RDOs belonged to different unions and we wanted to negotiate only for the RDOs without involving other employees, which the unions were not keen to do. Do you see that?
Uthi ke ngoku kulo ntlanganiso utsho yena uMabuya Khulu kwaye kwathathwa isigqibo sokuba akukho manyano yezabasebenzi ekuzawuthethwa nayo kuba izobakho kuthethwathethwana okanye kwingxoxo ngemivuzo. Izizathu ke zeso sigqibo eso kwakukuba i-RDO yayingabantu babe ngamalungu e-union ezahlukeneyo babefuna into yokubana kuxoxwe qha for i-RDO bangabandakanye okanye bangafaki abanye abasebenzi kwaye loo nto yayingafuna uyenza i-union okanye i-union zazingafuna uyenza loo nto leyo. Injalo loo nto leyo tata?
Injalo.
That is so.
And you came to find out about that decision that was reached at that meeting, correct?
Waye weva ke ngesigqibo esathathwa kuloo ntlanganiso. Injalo loo nto?
Zange ndive.
I never heard about it.
But you associate yourself with that decision and the reasons thereof are similar to the ones that are stated by Mr. Mabuya Kulu. Am I correct?
Wena ke waye wazibandakanya nabo wavumela nabo ngamanye amazwi kwisigqibo abasithathayo kwaye izizathu abazibekileyo zizi azichazayo nayo uMabuya Khulu apha kwintetho yakhe ayenzayo. Injalo nto leyo?
Injalo.
That is so.
So if you read that statement, you will see, or rather if you read that paragraph, you will see that Mr. Mabuya Kulu says the reasons why they did not want the unions to be involved, it is because the unions were not keen on pursuing the matter only on behalf of the RDOs. In other words, to the exclusion of the entire workforce. You see that?
Uyatsho ke yena apha kwintetho ayenzayo uMabuya Khulu into yokuba isizathu soba bangafuni ukuthi bafake i-union ukuba zibamele kule ngxaki babenayo kungokubana bona babefuna kumelwe okanye kuthethelwe i-RDO zodwa kodwa babengafuni into yokuba kuzofakwa abanye abasebenzi. I-union kodwa yayingafuni uyenza loo nto leyo yona. Injalo loo nto leyo?
Injalo.
That is so.
So in other words, it is not that the unions did not want to engage in negotiations, but it is only the method by which the RDOs were proposing that the unions were not in agreement with. Correct?
Loo nto ayithethi into yokubana imanyano ezabasebenzi zazingafuni ukuthi zinithethele kodwa into ababefuna yenzeke into yokuba xa kuthethwa ngamanye amazwi kuthethelwa abantu bonke kwaye zona i-RDO kwakufuna kuthethelwe zona zodwa kungaqukwa abanye abantu injalo loo nto leyo.
Unless you want to change.
That is so.
So, then, sir, I want to put it to you that if there's anyone who will want to argue that there is a different reason other than what is articulated in paragraph 2, and what you also say that you also associate yourself with, that person will be incorrect. Do you have a comment?
Chairperson, I'm sorry to do this, but surely that question cannot be fair when in that...
Difficulty understanding it myself. So
yes, because
if
in that paragraph, 3 reasons
if
are
I can
cited.
say with my, I hope we regard as my customary modesty,
Sorry, Chair.
if I can't understand it, I would be surprised if the witness can understand it. So perhaps the cross-examiner can rephrase the question in a manner comprehensible to me, and then there may also be a chance that the witness will understand it before answering it.
Okay, Chair, let me deal with it differently. So, apart from the reasons which you've articulated by Mr. Mabuya Kulu, which you say you associate or associated yourself with, are there any other reasons why you personally did not want the NUM to be involved as your then union in the negotiations of your salary increase?
Ngaphandle ke ngokwezizathu azibekileyo uMabuya Khulu into yokuba kutheni babengazange bafuna ukufaka iunion ukuba ibamele ngoba izizathu zakhe mos uthi uyavumelana kunye nazo. So ngaphandle kwezizathu azibekileyo kuba zizo ezenza into yokuba ndingafuna ukubandakanya okanye ukufaka iunion, zikhona ezinye izizathu eninazo na zokungafuna ukufaka na iunion ukuba inimele kulomba kwanye kule ngxaki naninayo?
Ingxaki esasinayo into yokubana asimameleki ama-RDO xa sisayintetha zethu kubo abantu benyonyoni bangamameli.
The problem we had as RDO is that if we forwarded our problems to the union, that in fact they were not listening to us, RDOs.
And is there any other reason?
Sikhona esinye isizathu esingesinye?
Asikho.
There's no other reason.
See, I find it very difficult to reconcile your reason, which you've just given now, with the earlier one that you had given. And let me tell you how. In terms of the initial reason, we agreed it is not that the unions were refusing to engage on your behalf, but they were only saying they were not keen to do it only on behalf of the RDOs. In other words, they wanted to include the entire workforce. And your evidence was you did not agree with that approach.
Uthi ke ngoku xa imemelele usando ithetha ngoku akayiboni ke ngoku idibana nalebu ithethe kuqala ngokuba uthe kuqala njengoba betshilo into ba le nto ayithethi into kubana iunion bezingafuna unimela kodwa into bebengavumelani nayo into kubana nifuna ukumela nodwa kodwa ningaqunka abanye abasebenzi. Ngoku ke uthi akaboni ke ukuloba isizathu zanaso ngoku nale nto buyithethe kuqala into kubana iunion ebezingafuna unimela nodwa akaboni ba loo nto leyo ezo nto ezo zidibana njani na. Uyayiva loo nto leyo?
Are you able to please clarify?
Khawukho icacise, he says he doesn't understand very well.
Mr. Phatsha, I read to you part of paragraph 2 of Mr. Mabuya Kulu's statement, which says that the reason why RDOs wanted to exclude the unions, it is because the unions were of the view that they should, or rather they were not keen to only negotiate on behalf of the RDOs. You remember that?
Uyakhumbula mos into kuba into ifundelweyo ku statement sakaMabuya Khulu into kuba wathi yena babengafuna ukufaka ke ngoku union bayibamele ngokuba bona babengafuna ukuthethela iRDO zodwa qha. Uyakhumbula loo nto leyo mos ne?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt, but perhaps my learned colleague should read the entire paragraph too, because that's not the only reason. He's put it to the witness as though the first reason he read is the only reason. There's another reason given in paragraph 2.
Chairperson, with respect, I mean, people are going to have an opportunity to cross-examine. And if they want to re-examine and clarify the evidence.
No, the objection is taken that your cross-examination is unfair because you suggested to the witness that a particular reason was the only reason, whereas in fact the paragraph gives another reason, at least one other reason. In fact, there are 3 reasons, we think, but so the suggestion is that the question is unfair, and that's the objection. It doesn't help to say, I've asked an unfair question, but never mind, someone else have an opportunity to cross-examine later and clear it up. That's not the way the things work. So maybe you should put the whole paragraph to the witness. I mean, you say if you read the paragraph, you know this witness can't read. So that, if I may say so, is an inappropriate way of introducing the question anyway. But perhaps you should read the whole paragraph to him, and then you'll be able to ask the questions that you want to ask. I can see what they are, but I take it the witness doesn't yet. Read the whole paragraph and then ask the questions, and I think you may find that Ms. Barnes may not persist in her objection.
Okay. Mr. Phatsha, before I read the entire paragraph, you will recall that I invited you to state your own reasons other than the one that you had already agreed with. You recall?
Pamba kufundela yonke into ethethwe ngumabuya khulu apha uyamkhumbula into yoba ucele uzokhupha izakho izizathu zoba kutheni nanifuna uzimela ngokwenu ngaphandle kwezinto sezibhalwe apha. Usayikhumbula loo nto leyo Monsine? Ngokube ecela into yoba mawuzotsho izakho izizathu noba kutheni nanifuna uzimela ngokwenu nje.
Your answer was that
he's asking me to repeat. Uyakhumbula ngokubekela apha izizathu ezibhalwe apha into yoba kutheni ningafuna ukufaka i-union bazinimele. Wachazela uba kubhalwe ntoni apha. Waze wacela ke ngokuwena into yoba mawukhuphe ezinye izizathu ezizezinye ngaphandle kwezi. Usayikhumbula loo nto leyo?
Ngiyakhumbula.
I remember.
And your answer was that the RDO's demands were not being, or rather, whenever RDOs were putting up their demands, they were not being listened to. Remember that?
Isizathu ke wona oye wanikezela ngaso into yoba nina njenge-RDO xa niya ngaphambili kwe-union niyotsho izikhalazo zenu naningamamelwa babenganimameli ngamanye amazwi. Injalo loo nto leyo?
Injalo.
That is so.
And I asked you that personally, do you have any other reasons for not wanting the NUM to be included in the negotiations? You recall I asked that?
Usakhumbula na wayekubuza into yokubana sikhona esinye isizathu eninaso na okanye eninaso sokungafuna ukufaka i-NUM ba inixoxela okanye inimele na? Usakhumbula ngobebuza lo mbuzo lowo?
In other words, apart from the 2 reasons that you and I discussed.
Kwizinto ke ngoku ezibe nizixoxa nobabini ngokunokwakho wena bekubuza into yoba zikhona ezinye izizathu obunazo. Usayikhumbula loo nto leyo?
Andiyikhumbuli.
I don't remember it.
Okay. Other than the reasons that we've discussed, and I will proceed to read the remainder of the paragraph, but before I do so, other than the 2 reasons that we have discussed, is there any other reason on your part which made you to not want the NUM to negotiate on your behalf?
Chairperson, I'm sorry, really. I'm totally lost now. Firstly, Mr.
I don't think you should be lost with this one. He said you've given 2 reasons. He's saying, was there another one? That's all.
No,
and
no,
the witness can either say yes, there was, or there wasn't.
No, Chair, with the greatest respect, what has now happened is Mr. Mutau was asking the questions as you put it to him on the basis that there was one reason and another one sought from the witness. The actual situation is that Mr. Mutau had discussed 2 reasons with the witness. And if he got a third one or didn't get it, I don't want to preempt the answer, it would be a third reason. Because he himself had said to the witness the issue of 2 different unions, and the witness said yes. And then he spoke about the issue of RDOs versus the workforce. That's 2. Yeah. Now, if he wants a third reason, then he must say, so he can't now ask the questions on the basis that there's one reason that has been canvassed.
Yes, Mr. Buttar, I think you can reformulate the question in a way which avoids the objection.
All right. So let's just get around this. It's a very simple issue. Let's go back to paragraph 2 and just identify the aspect of that paragraph which you agreed with and you associated yourself with it. You said you agree with the resolution that was reached at the meeting of the 9th of August 2012, at which you were not present, where it was decided that no union should be engaged in the wage negotiation. And you said correct, right?
Uthi ke kwinhlanganiso eyayibanjwe nge-9 apho kwakuthiwe i-RTO zathatha isigqibo into yoba azizofaka union ukuba izimele zona i-RTO. Wena uye wathi kwesi sigqibo sathathwa zii-RTO zoba abafuna ukumelwa bazazimela ngokwabo, uvumelana nabo kuloo nto leyo. Injalo nto leyo?
Injalo.
That is so.
Then I discussed the following reasons which you agreed with, and you said you associate yourself with, which Mr. Mabuya Kulu puts as follows. The reasons for the decision were that the RDOs belonged to different unions, and we wanted to negotiate only for the RDOs without involving other employees. You see that?
Uthi ke yena uMabuya Khulu esinye isizathu sokuba bangafuni ukuthi bamelwe i-union into kubana ngenxa yokuba i-RTO ezi yayingabantu abangamalungu beemanyano ezahlukeneyo. Ngoko ke babengafuni ukuthi bazofaka nabanye abasebenzi abangabanye ngaphandle kwe-RTO. Yiloo nto babefuna ukuzimela. Uyayiva loo nto leyo?
Injalo.
That is so.
And we agreed that you also associate yourself with that reason, correct?
Nawe ke kunokwakho kule nto bayitshoyo uvumelana nabo kuloo nto leyo bayinjalo ne?
Injalo.
That is so.
You also agreed that you were aware that the unions were not keen to only negotiate on behalf of the RDOs to the exclusion of the entire workforce, correct?
Uthi wawusazi nokuba i-union ngokunokwayo yayingafuni ukumela i-RTO zodwa kodwa yayifuna kuqukwe nabanye abasebenzi abangabanye benze eminye imisebenzi. Buyazi naleyo. Injalo loo nto?
Andiphinde.
Uthi ne busazi nento yokuba i-union le yayingazimisela okanye yayingafuni ukumela i-RTO zodwa kodwa yayifuna ukumela nabanye abasebenzi abenza eminye imisebenzi ngaphandle kwe-RTO. Injalo loo nto?
Yayiva.
I heard about that.
Mr. Interpreter, in future when he asks you to repeat something, would you please just say, he's asking me to repeat it? Because I think it's important when the record is read later that there are certain questions he answers without any difficulty. There are others where he asks the question to be repeated. They may not be significant, but on the other hand, those who read the record later may think some of them are. So would you please do that in future?
I didn't hear, Commissioner. You mean if he says I must repeat, must I also
just say
say?
he asked me to repeat it, and then you can repeat it. You don't have to. And then you obviously interpret to him, but you don't. But you see, we don't. The transcribers only transcribe what's said in English, so that if a question is put in closer, the witness says, "Please repeat it," and you then repeat it. The reader of the transcript won't know that that's what happened. So if you say, he's asked me to repeat, then the reader will know that that's happening. So would you do that in future, please?
I will do that,
Thank you.
Commissioner. Thank you.
Yes, and in addition to that, I then asked you for any additional reason, and you gave us the reason. You said it is because whenever RDOs were putting up demands, they were not being listened to. Remember, you confirmed that part.
Uthi ke xa ekubuza uba sikhona esinye isathu esingesinye naso kanye naso sokungafuni ukuba nimelwe i-union. Uthi wena ingxaki eninayo into yokuba benithi xa nisa iingxaki zenu ke newaxelela ke ngokuphaa kwi-ofisi nom abenum njenge-RDO banganimameli. Usayikhumbula ngoba uthetha njalo?
Yeah, njalo.
Yes, it is like that.
And then I asked you whether, other than those aspects that we have discussed, are there any other reasons on your part which motivated the decision for you not wanting NUM to negotiate on your behalf?
Uthi uye wakubuza umbuzo ke into yokuba ukhona omnye umbuzo esinye isizathu onaso ngaphandle kwezi zichaziweyo apha neso sithethileyo. Sikhona esingesinye kakhona isizathu onaso sokungafuni ukuba nifake i-NUM ningafuni uba inimele. Sikhona isizathu esinye onaso na?
Andinaso.
I don't have any other reason.
Now, so what I'm then putting to you is that the reason that was advanced by the unions, and I hear, Mr. Interpreter, you keep referring to one union, that paragraph referred to unions and their position that was articulated. So the impression that I gain from that part that I had read, being the position that was held by the unions, is that they were not averse to negotiating on your behalf or on behalf of the RDOs. But the only point of difference was that they held the view that negotiations should not only be held on behalf of RDOs to the exclusion of the entire workforce. What is your comment?
Uthi ke into yayimbono kanye into yayithethwa zimanyano zabasebenzi babengathi bona bachasa isicelo kanye nolana nifuna kodwa into babefuna yenzeke bona into okubana babefuna kuzomelwa abantu bonke kodwa bangagxiniswa kanye bajonge qha kwi-RDO. Uyayiva loo nto leyo?
Ndiyayiva.
I hear that.
Do you have any comment?
Ufuna uphefumla kuloo nto leyo?
Aye.
No.
And you will see later when we deal with the eventual wage agreement that was signed, that the various increases were given to the different workforces and not only to the RDOs. You do know that, correct?
Sibona ke nalapha ekugqibeleni apho kwathi kwatyikitywa isivumelwano. Kweso sivumelwano satyikitywayo imivuzo ke eyathi yabekwa apho yathiwa thaxa izawunikwa abantu yayingase imivuzo ye-RDO zodwa kodwa nabanye abasebenzi nabo baye bafakwa nabo. Wayiva loo nto leyo?
Ndayiva.
I heard about that.
Let's just move to another aspect. In respect of the march of the 11th of August to the NUM offices, I understood your evidence to be that you were not present at that march, but you only met with the strikers when they were returning and when they were actually fleeing after you had heard a gunshot. Is that correct?
Uthi ke ngoku ngalomhla we-11 ngelixesha wena wawusiya ke ngoku uyozibandakanya kunye nabanye abaqhankqalazayo wadibana nawe bo besendleleni ebuyayo bebaleka kwakungeli xesha ke ngoku wawuve impulo okanye igana idubula injalo loo nto?
Injalo.
That is so.
So which means you were not present during the march?
Ngamanye amazwi ngeli xesha abantu babambe umngcelele besiya apho beyoqhankqalaza wawungekho ngelo xesha wena?
Ndandingekho.
I was not present.
And can I just ask you to turn to your statement at paragraph 4? Triple D1.
Uthi ucela sikwi statement sakho apha ke ngoku paragraph 4.
You will see that paragraph 4 states the opposite of what you're telling us. Because paragraph 4 says, I was present during the march to the NUM offices on 11 August 2012, but was at the back and could not see what happened. So that clearly cannot be correct because you were not present at that march. You only met them when they were coming back and fleeing, correct?
Uthi into ithethayo ngoku apha ayifani nalo ithethayo apha kwi-statement sakho ngokuba uthi apha ndandikhona ngeli xesha kubanjwe umngcelele kuyiwa kwi-office enum nge-11 ka-Agasti 2012 kodwa ndandingasemva ndandingakwazi ukubona uba kwenzeke ntoni okanye kwenzeka ntoni na. Injalo loo nto leyo ngoku uthi ngamanye amazwi le nto uyithetha ngoku nalibhalwe apha azifani. Kutsho ukuthi ngamanye amazwi le uyithetha apha ayinyani. Injalo loo nto.
Kukhona apho ndibhideka khona.
There's where I am I'm confused.
Tell me where, and I can see whether I can try to assist you.
Ufuna ubona uba ubhideka phi na kwenzela azokwazi ukuthi mawuncede.
Kungokuya bendisaya.
I was still going there on my way. I was on my way.
No, I understand that you've confirmed that that is your evidence. The only point that I'm putting to you is that it then follows that paragraph 4 of your statement cannot be correct because it is in direct contradiction with what you are saying. And in fact, you are repeating just now.
Uthi uyakuva buthini kodwa ke lento oyithetha apha kwintetho yakho apha kwi-statement iphikisa le uyitsho ngamazwi akho ngoku njengolapha kwi-commission. Uyayiva loo nto le?
Andiva.
I cannot hear that. Don't understand.
I'm not sure, say, are you saying you don't understand paragraph 4 of your statement?
Akaqondi ufuna ukuthi awuyiva le okanye awuyiqondi le nto uyithethileyo apha ku paragraph 4 kwentetho yenzileyo apha kwi-statement sakho.
Le ndiyithethe emva.
The one that I said at a later stage.
Okay. Mr. Phatsha, let me just try and give you an opportunity to deal with this. I assume you are confused and you quite don't understand. There are two things that I'm discussing with you. You told the commission you were not present at that march on the 11th. And you repeated and confirmed that evidence, that you only met the strikers as they were fleeing after you heard a gunshot. Correct?
Ufuna ukunceda ne. Uthi wena into oyithethileyo into yokuba uthi wawungekho phaa kola qhankqalazo. Kodwa ke wadibana nabantu besendleleni ebuyayo bebaleka emveni uba nawe uve igani idubula. Injalo loo nto leyo? That is so.
Then what I'm putting to you is, I accept that what you are saying is correct for present purposes. And if I accept that, it then has to follow that paragraph 4 of your statement is incorrect because contrary to what you are stating, it says that you were there, you were present during the march to the NEM offices, and it also locates your position within that crowd. It says you were at the back.
Uthi ke ngoku xa utsho wena into yokuba wawungekho phaya kodwa wadibana bebuya bebaleka abantu ne ngeli xesha uve isithonga. Uthi ke kuloo nto leyo ngamanye amazwi iphikisa le uyithetha apha kwintetho yakho kwi-statement ngoba kwi-statement apha uyatsho into yoba wawunabo aba bantu uhamba nabo ngamanye amazwi kodwa wawuhamba ngasemva wawungasemva wena. Ngoku ke le uyithethe kuqala nalo uyitshoyo ngoba kuqala uthi wawungekho wadibana bebuya kodwa apha uthi ndandinabo kodwa ndandingasemva andibonanga into bakwenzeka ntoni. Azifane ezo nto ngamanye amazwi uthetha uziphikisa. Uyayiva ke ngoku loo nto leyo?
Now, can I accept that paragraph 4 is incorrect?
Ngamanye amazwi le ayinyani ngamanye amazwi le apho uthi wawukhona unaba bantu kwaye wena wawuhamba ngasemva qha kuba wawubonanga kwenzeka ntoni ngoba uhamba ngasemva le yona masingayikholelwa yona. Injalo loo nto leyo?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, let's move on to another aspect. Something incorrect also happened during that march. And it is that a rumor was disseminated that 2 of your fellow strikers had been killed by NUM officials. Because we know that that was not correct, or that is not correct.
Enye into ke uko yayithetheka apho kulo match leyo eyayingesinyaniso into yokuba amalungu amabini enu okanye abantu benu kwiqela lenu ababini badutyulwa yinum basweleka kwaye loo nto leyo ayinyani injalo loo nto leyo
ndeva kuthiwa abantu ababini bafile.
I heard it said that 2 people had died.
Mr. Phatsha, sorry, just before I continue with the information that you received that 2 people had died, I don't want to argue this point unfairly without giving you an opportunity to comment. I assume that you are unable to explain the reason why that paragraph 4, which says you were present at the march, found its way to your statement. In other words, you can't explain why there's a contradiction between what you say and what is stated there.
Paragraph 4, sentence 1, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you, Chair. The first sentence of paragraph 4.
Njengoba ke ngoku ubuyela pha kulaa nto beyithethile into yokuba buthetha uziphikisa ne into yokuba kuqala buthe wawungekho wadibana nabantu bebuya kwakhona wathi apha kwistatement sakho apha kule ndawo wawukhona kuqhankqalazo kodwa ungasemva ngoku awusinikanga sizathu sokuba kutheni ke ngoku uwenze loo nto leyo kuba le nto ibhalwe apha ingeyonyani okanye ingekho njalo khange usinike isizathu kuba kutheni uyithethe ngolu hlobo na injalo loo nto
Injalo.
that is so.
And I can also assume that given the fact that your statement was signed and was prepared by your legal representatives, they must have read it to you and you confirmed its correctness and accuracy before you signed it. Correct?
Uthi uzawukholela ke nasekubeni into yokuba yonke le nto ke uyibhalwe apha ke ngelasemzini apho ye nawe apha watyikitya khona ne qala uye wayifundelwa yona wayitolikelwa ngesixhosa waze wathi ngamanye amazwi nawe ungqinelana nayo yonke into ebhalwe apha waze watyikitya injalo loo nto leyo
Injalo.
that is so.
Right. Mr. Phatsha, we'll deal with that issue in argument at a later stage. Let's then proceed with the second sentence of that paragraph. You stated that you heard that 2 of your fellow strikers were shot dead during that incident. We know now, or in fact we know that that information is incorrect. Do you also know that that information is incorrect?
Uthi ke ngoku apha kwistatement sakho apha kulo mgca wesibini ithi ndikufundele ne uthi ndeva nokuba abanye ogxa bethu ke ababeqhankqalaza ababini badutyulwa basweleka kodwa le ndawo leyo kuthiwa abo basweleka khona uyivile nokuba le nto leyo ayinyani injalo nto leyo
Ndivile.
I heard.
So when did you find out for the first time that that information is in fact incorrect and that no 2 strikers were shot during that incident? Sorry, shot dead. I apologize, Chair.
Uqale nini wena ukuva into yokuba abaqhankqalaza ababini zange badutyulwe basweleke uyive nini loo nto leyo bazange basweleke?
Ndive emveni kwentsuku.
I heard about it after some days.
But are you able to help us with an estimation? More or less, when was it?
Ungakwazi mhlambi ukuqikelela uthekelele utsho mhlambi noba uyive nini loo nto leyo?
Ndive sendisesibhedlele.
I was already in the hospital when I heard about that.
Okay. We know then that after that incident, the strikers took a decision to gather at the copy. Correct?
Emva kweso sihlakalo eso ne seva nento yokuba abaqhankqalazi bathatha isigqibo sokuba bazawudibanela phaa kwikopi injalo loo nto leyo?
Kukho lento ndingayitholi kahle le kopi.
Entabeni. Oh, he says there's this thing that is he doesn't understand very well, the copy.
Yes, Mr. Interpreter, you have explained to him that by the copy you mean Ndabeni, which is the same thing in Xhosa, correct?
Yes. Uthetha ke ukulapho ke ukunina naye mini RTO uzathatha abantu bathatha isigqibo khona into yoba ngoku bazawubuthana okanye bazawudibanela phaa entabeni. Injalo loo nto?
Injalo.
That is so.
Explain to him which copy it is. There are lots of hills in that, little hills in that area, and if you specified which copy it is, then you might make some progress in your cross-examination on this point.
Mr. Phatsha, can I just ask you, I did not check this aspect. At which copy did the strikers resolve to meet from the 12th until the 16th of August?
Ukusukela ngomhla ka-12 yotsho nge-16 abaqhankqalazi baye bathatha isigqibo into yoba bazawudibanela kanye bazawubuthanela kweyiphi intaba.
Kule ntaba enkulu.
The main copy.
And that will be the big copy as we refer to it, Chairperson.
Yes, the big copy.
And you also indicated that during the period of the 12th to the 16th, you were part of the crowd that was gathering at the copy, albeit that on certain days you were there for a few hours than others, correct?
Uthi ke usukela ngamhla lo we-12 uyotsho nge-16 nawe uye phayana ke ngoku entabeni nangona ngelinye ixesha buye uhlale nje ixeshana elincinane. Injalo loo nto?
Injalo.
That is so.
Mr. Phatsha, it was not your evidence that the strikers during that period, and when I say that period, it's the 12th to the 16th, so that I don't have to keep repeating that date or those dates. It was not your evidence that during that period, the strikers received information that the NUM was planning to attack them at the copy where they were gathering, at the big copy, that is.
You mean it was not his information?
It was not his evidence.
Wena khange uthe ebunqineni bakho into yokuba ngeli xeshana nidibana phaa entabeni ke linkulu inum yayiceba into yoba inihlasele apho, khange uyithethe into enjalo?
Hayi.
No.
And you also did not receive information to the effect that the NUM was planning to attack the strikers either at the copy or anywhere in and around the vicinity of Lonman, correct?
Zange ukuve ke nenkcazelo okanye zange uve kuthiwa ababenum baceba ukuhlasela abaqhankqalazi phaa kwikopi naphaa kulaa ngingqi yononmini. Zange ukuve into enjalo.
Zange ndive.
I never heard about that.
And in fact, no attacks occurred at the instigation of NUM as against the strikers during that relevant period, correct?
Kwela xesha ke ngoku zange kubekho hlaselo inumi lenza kuba qhankqalazi kwelo thuba kanye lixesha likhankanyiweyo so 12 yotsho nge-16. Injalo loo nto?
Injalo.
That is so.
Now, sir, against that, I find it very difficult that you state that you were carrying a butcher knife and an inqula on the basis that you wanted to protect yourself against an NUM attack when there was no evidence that such an attack was being planned at all.
Uthi ke ngoku akayivisisi kakuhle le uyithethileyo into yokubana wena wawuphethe ibutcher le imela linkulu kunye nencula uthi ufuna uzikhusela ngazo. Uthi loo nto ayivakali kuye ngokuba zange nive nokuva into yokuba inumi iceba ukunihlasela. Uyayiva loo nto?
And if anything, you were moving freely. You are saying you were moving, you'd go to your place of residence, go to the copy only for a few hours on certain days, and we know on the 15th you were there for longer. So there was actually no threat. And thus I find it difficult for you to justify why you were carrying dangerous weapons.
Uthi ngokuba nanihamba nikhululekile njengoba usitsho into yoba wawukwazi ukuthi uye endlini uphinde kwakhona ubuyohlala ixesha ohlala lona ekopini ngoko kwakungekho nto isisoyikiso kanye yayingathi iyarhorhisa ngoko ke akho zizathu zivakalayo zokuba kwakutheni wawuphatha izixhobo wawuziphatha nje akayivisisisi loo nto leyo. Uyawuva mbuzo? Uyayiva nto letshoyo?
Ndiyawuva.
I hear you.
Are you able to explain
Uthi
why,
nga-
in the face of that evidence, did you continue to carry dangerous weapons?
Uthi ke xa injalo ke loo nto leyo ungasichazela apha na unobangela into yokuba yintoni le yanyanzela into yokuba yakunyanzela into yokuba uphathe izixhobo ezinobungozi kwimeko enjalo?
Into edala into yokuba mandiphathe izixhobo sasiziphethe izixhobo ngoba sasihlaselwe yinoma.
The thing, the reason why we carried weapons, it was because we were attacked by NUM.
Mr. Phatsha, you already told us that, and I've gone past that because that was on the 11th of August. The 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, we've confirmed through your evidence there was no information that the NUM was either planning to attack the strikers or in fact there's also no evidence that NUM attacked the strikers at all.
Uthi ke leyo sesigqithile kuyo ngokuba sithetha ngento eyenzeka nge-11 kodwa usukela nge-12 yotsho nge-16 nawe ude wavuma into yokuba zange nive into yokuba iNUM yayiceba ukunihlasela, so le yokuba benihlaselwe sesigqithile kuyo yange-11. Uyivile loo nto leyo?
Ndiyayiva.
I hear you.
What we are discussing is a justification beyond the 12th. After the march to the NUM office had occurred, and with the facts that we've established that you've known, what justification do you still give for carrying dangerous weapons beyond that date?
Uthi ke njengoba besetshilo into yokuba yayiseyigqithile idlulile le isebenze yenzeke nge-11 ukusukela ke ngoku nge-12 yotsho phaa nge-16 ngenxa yokuba nawe busitsho into yoba zange nive into yoba iNUM iceba ukunihlasela. Ngeziphi izizathu ke ngoku xa kunjalo, ngeziphi izizathu ezivakalayo onazo zokuphatha ke ngoku izixhobo ezinobungozi?
Isizathu ezivakalayo sesokuba sasihlaselwe yinoma. Manje akukho kuba ungaze ungayiphathi izixhobo zakho.
The reason which is fair is that we were attacked by NUM and there's no way you cannot carry your weapons.
You see, I'll tell you what I find very strange is that there's no more any attack by NUM. There's no evidence that any information was received that NUM was planning any attacks, and that during that time there are confrontations with strikers and various killings occur.
Uthi ke uku into emangalisayo into yokuba akukho nto iNUM yaceba uyenza okanye uhlaselo layiceba uyenza kodwa ke into yayiqhubekeka yayikubhubha okanye ukusweleka kwabantu okwakwenzeka okusenzeka. Uyayiva loo nto leyo?
Ndiyayiva.
I hear you.
And it seems to me, and I want to put it to you, that it appears that the strikers decided to carry the weapons beyond the time when no threat was posed, simply because you were on a mission to revenge what was perceived as incorrect killings that occurred on the 11th. Do you have a comment?
Uthi ke into wezophisathu into eyenza into yokuba abantu baphathe kanye niphathe izixhobo ezinobungozi into yoba nanifuna impindezelo nina ngalento ke yayenzeke nge-11 ngenxa yokuba nanisitsho ngamanye amazwi into yoba kukho abantu ababuleweyo ngamanye amazwi njengoba niphathe izixhobo nani nanifuna ukuziphindezela ngokunokweni. Injalo loo nto?
Akunjalo.
That is not true.
But we'll deal with that in argument. So can I ask you then, can I invite you to go back to Mr. Mabuyakulu's statement, paragraph 2. I'll continue to read from the part where I had ended. Mr. Mabuyakulu says, the RDOs had complained to NUM since 2006/7, as stated by those who have been working for Lonmin for some time. they reported that they had not received any feedback from NUM negotiators. Do you see that?
Uthi uza kufundela into ethethwa ngumabuya khulu agqibezele ke ngiza kutolikela yona umamele tata ne. Uthi iRDO zazikhalazo ngokuba ngokuthi iNUM ukususela ngo2006 na ngo2007 njengoba abo bebekadala besebenza apho babesitsho bathi bona zange bafumane ingxelo eyayivela kwabo beNUM ababesenza ingxoxo into ababekhala ngayo into ba iNUM le akho ngxoxo ingxelo abayifumanayo ke ngemiba yengxoxo ababengena kuso. Uyayiva lonto?
Yayiva.
I hear.
Can I just ask, are you part of the RDOs who had complained to NUM, as stated by Mr. Mabuya Khulu, and who received no feedback?
Ufuna ukubuza into ba nawe na wawungomnye waba beRDO athetha ngabuya khulu into ba bayokhalaza pha kwiNUM kodwa akho ngxelo bayifumanayo kwisikhalazo babenaso zange kubuyelwe kubo. Wawungomnye wabo na?
Ndandingekho ngelo xesha.
I was not present at that time.
So can I then take it that I can exclude that as part of your reason for motivating that the NUM should not negotiate on your behalf?
Ngoku ke le angayibali njengesinye sesizathu sakho sokungafuni ukubala ukufaka iNUM yona angayibali ngakuwe ne ukuba sesizathu sakho ngoba wawungekho phaya.
Yeah.
Yes.
And perhaps one more thing that I need to deal with is the last sentence in that paragraph of Mr. Mabuya Khulu, where he says NUM is the only recognized, NUM is the only union recognized by Lonmin to speak for everybody. You see that?
Uyabona ke apha into ethethayo uMabuya Khulu into ba iNUM nguwodwa umbutho owamkelekileyo okanye uvunyelweyo yiLonmin into ba athethele abantu bonke. Uyayiva lonto leyo?
Yayiva.
I hear.
Can I also assume that it is not part of your evidence that management advised the strikers that NUM is the only union that's recognized to negotiate on behalf of all the employees?
Wena awuthethi into kubana awutsho apha kubungqina bakho into kuba abaphathi okanye umqeshi wathi iNUM yiyo yodwa engakwazi ukuthimela abantu bonke ibathethele. Awuthethi into enjalo kubungqina bakho awutsho?
Awundiva.
I never heard about it.
So I'll take it that your answer is yes.
Uzayithatha into ba impendulo yakho nguewe uba zange awuyazi into kubana umqeshi wathi iLonmin yathi iNUM yiyo yodwa engamela abantu ibathethele.
Andas.
I don't know.
Okay, let's move on, Mr. Phatsha, because if you did know, I'm sure you would take issue with what I'm saying.
When we reach a suitable stage to take the tea adjournment, I will do so, but you can tell me when the suitable stage has been reached.
Yes, Chair, I think it's convenient because I'm going to move on to events of another day.
Sisayo selithi sizabuya kakhona ngamenya utata.
Okay.
commission resumes. You're still under oath. Mr. Matai, you're still cross-examining.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Chair, and members of the Commission. Mr. Phatsha, let's move on to another aspect. You told us that then, as a result of what you term as the attack by NUM on the 11th, a decision was taken to gather at the copy and for people to carry their weapons.
Masigqithele komnye umba uthi ke ngoku ne ngenxa yohlaselo lenziwa yiNUM ngomhla we-11 kwathathwa ke isigqibo nathatha isigqibo sokuba nizawudibanela phaa ke ngoku entabeni nokuthi nizawuphatha izixhobo apho xa nidibene kunjalo lonto leyo
enjalo.
That is so.
And you'll agree with me, it's not possible that every striker who was there on his own decided that he's going to carry weapons. A decision must have been taken, which everybody complied with, correct?
Le nto ukuba ke ngoku abantu bazophatha izixhobo ayinto yavele yazenzekela ngokwayo nje uthi ngamanye amazwi kukho isigqibo esathathwa into ukuba abantu funeke baxhobe bonke bavumelana ngaloo nto leyo bazawuxhoba injalo loo nto leyo.
Savumelana ngoxhoba.
We agreed to carry weapons.
Who is the person that made that proposal or gave that instruction that people must carry their arms?
Yaba licebo lakabani ke into
Sorry,
okubana
their weapons.
Yaba licebo lakabani into okubana makuphathwe izixhobo.
Umuntu nomuntu wezicingela ukuba makaphathe isixhobo sakhe.
Each and every person just thought that he should carry his own weapon.
Without a decision having been taken,
Zange kube konke kudityanwe kuvunyelwane ngaloo nto leyo na kanye kuthathwa isigqibo soba kuzophathwa izixhobo.
No.
Hayi.
so Mr. Phatsha, what you're telling us is what then happened on the 12th. As pure coincidence, everybody gathered at the copy, everybody on their own decided that they're going to carry their weapons. Is that what you want the Commission to believe?
Ngamanye amazwi uthi nge-12 abantu baye badibana phaa entabeni kuphethwe izixhobo kwaye loo nto leyo umntu wazicingela ngokunokwakhe into yoba yena aziphathele isixhobo sakhe ngokwakhe kungazange kungene kubekho isigqibo sithathwayo ngaloo nto.
Umuntu wezicingela uba makaphathe isixhobo sakhe.
Each person made his own decision or decided on himself that he will carry his own weapon.
And I will argue that that is improbable. Someone must have communicated a decision, or a proposal must have been communicated, discussed and agreed upon.
Othi ke into engenawukholelwa leyo yokuba abantu bavele bazithathele izixhobo ngokwabo bazicingele. Othi nokuba ukhona futhi ba ukhona lo yena waza necebo elinjalo into abantu mabaphathe izixhobo.
Akekho.
There is no such a person.
Okay. You told us that the reasons for the decision to carry the weapons, at least on your part, was to protect yourselves against a possible attack by the NUM. Correct?
Uthi wena xa uzithethela isizathu sokuba uzophatha izixhobo into yoba ufuna uzikhusela xa mhlawumbi ungahlaselwa iNUM injalo loo nto.
Injalo.
That is so.
And we have established it was based on an incorrect assumption that 2 people were shot dead on the 11th of August. Correct?
Isizathu soba ke nguzophathwa izixhobo ezi yile nto abantu bacinga bakwenzeke into eyayingenzekanga le kwakucinjwa abantu ke ngoku basweleka abantu bagqiba bazophatha izixhobo kodwa le abantu baswelekile yayingasiyinyani le nto leyo injalo loo nto.
Onphinde.
Isigqibo sokuphatha izixhobo saba ngenxa yento yenzekayo eyingeyinyaniso phofu ekwakuthiwa yenzeke nge-11 ukuba abantu baswelekile injalo loo nto.
Mr. Interpreter, I understand he asked you to repeat the question again. Remember what we discussed before we adjourned?
Sorry, Commissioner. Yes. He asked me to repeat the question again. Yes.
Yes, and you have. Can I just get an answer from him?
Uthini impendulo yakho kuloo nto leyo ke?
Kaunphinde.
He's asking me to repeat the question. Can you repeat the question?
We know that that is because of the incorrect information that you had received, that 2 strikers had been shot dead on the 11th of August, 2012. Correct?
Uthi ke isizathu soba nizophatha izixhobo kungenxa yelento nanivile engeyonyani leyo into kuba abantu badutyulwa basweleka yinto eyenza into yobana niphathe izixhobo kwaye loo nto ayiyinyani leyo kuba abantu badutyulwa basweleka injalo loo nto leyo
Andikholwa.
I don't believe.
What is it that you don't believe?
Into olungayikholwayo
Kukungeva.
it's
Kukungeva. Andiva. Awuphinde.
I don't understand. Can you repeat?
Okay, let me ask the question differently. Mr. Phatsha, the decision to carry the dangerous weapons, you told us, was taken based on the information which you had received that 2 strikers were shot dead during the incident of the 11th of August 2012, correct?
Uthi ke nathatha isigqibo soba niphathe izixhobo ngokuba ngenxa yento eyenzeka nge-11 into yokuba abantu ababini abaqhankqalazayo badutyulwa basweleka yiyo loo nto nathatha isigqibo soba niphathe izixhobo injalo loo nto
Injalo.
that is so.
And let's assume for a second that what you had heard was in fact correct. You'll agree with me that the killing of human beings by others is unlawful. It's against the law. Correct?
Noba mhlambe besingathi singayikholelwa loo nto yokudutyulwa kwabantu basweleka ba yinyani kodwa ke xa abanye abantu bebulala abanye loo nto into engakho semthethweni engavumelekanga emthethweni loo nto injalo loo nto
Injalo.
that is so.
And the police are there to intervene and to protect individuals when they are faced with such circumstances, correct?
Amapolisa ke akho into bazokwazi ukungenelela nokuthi azokhusela abantu abaphantsi kwemeko ezilolo hlobo injalo loo nto.
Awuphinde.
Can you repeat?
The police are there to intervene and to protect persons who are faced with a situation similar to the one that you were faced with on the 11th, on the assumption that that information was correct.
Uthi ke ngokuba singathi lento yenzeka nge-11 yinyaniso umsebenzi wamapolisa into ba azokwazi ukungenelela azokwazi nokuthi akhusela abantu kwimeko ezinjengale yenzeka pha ngomhla we-11 injalo loo nto.
Injalo.
That is so.
And in fact, the most natural thing that one would expect of the strikers to have done was to report the matter to the police and to ask for their intervention, correct?
Into ke ngoku efanelekileyo kwakufuneka abaqhankqalazi bayenzile kwakunto babahambe baye emapoliseni bayoxela amapolisa kwenzeke ntoni baze bacele amapolisa into bazoyingenelela kule nto into kwafuneka yenziwe ngabaqhankqalazi loo nto leyo injalo loo nto.
And to protect them, sorry, can I just finish it? And to protect them against possible attacks that they were fearing.
Into kwakufuneka yenziwe ngabaqhankqalazi emva kwesisahlakalo yaye kukuba kwakufuneka baye emapoliseni bayoxela bakwenzeke ntoni baze bacela ukuthi amapolisa bakhusele into yokuba bangahlaselwa kwakhona injalo loo nto.
Zange sibekho isigqibo esinjalo.
No such decision was taken.
Why not?
Isizathu yintoni?
Akukho sizathu.
There's no reason.
And you'll agree with me that the decision to arm yourself with dangerous weapons and to protect yourselves against any possible attacks is unlawful because it amounts to taking the law into your own hands.
Uvumelana nayo into yokuba xa nithatha isigqibo soba nizaziphathela nithathe ngokweni izixhobo loo nto leyo ifana nokuba nizithathela umthetho ezandleni zenu xa nibamba izixhobo injalo loo nto.
Sasingazithathela izigqibo.
We were not taking our own decisions.
That's precisely what I said initially. Somebody was taking decisions on your behalf. Who is this person?
Uthi le nto beyithethe ekuqaleni leyo into yokuba nani ngazithathela izigqibo ufuna ukwazi uba nani zithathelwa ngubani izigqibo.
Now that you've told
Ngubani lo
us,
mntu lo?
now that you've told us you were not taking your own decisions, who was
Njengoba
this person?
busithi nani ningazithathela izigqibo. Ufuna ukwazi uba ngubani lo mntu ke wayinithathela izigqibo yena.
Zange kubekho umuntu asithathela izigqibo.
No one took decisions for us.
You just told us you did not take your own decisions. Do you want to withdraw that answer that you gave earlier?
Ugqiba uthi ngoku nani ningazithathela izigqibo. Uyayiguqula, ufuna uyiguqula into obuyithetha okanye ufuna uwarhoxisa lo mazwi lawo ukuba nani ningazithathela izigqibo ngokwenu.
Sasingazithathela izigqibo.
We were not taking decisions on our own decisions.
That's exactly what I understood, and that's what I put to you earlier. When I asked you to give us the identity of the person or the people who were taking decisions on your behalf, you turn back and you say, no one gave you or took decisions on your behalf. So it can't be both. It's either you took your own decisions, which you now say you were not taking, and in that case, I'm asking you to tell us who is the person or the people that were taking decisions on your behalf.
Qala buthe kwakungekho umuntu wayinithathela izigqibo. Omnye nomnye wayizicingela okanye athathela izigqibo ngokwakhe. Ngoku uthi nani ngazithathela izigqibo ngokwenu. Ukuba nani ngazithathela izigqibo nina ngokunokwenu ne ufuna ukwazi uba ngubani lo wayinithathela izigqibo.
Akho umuntu asithathela izigqibo.
No one was taking decisions for us.
Mr. Phatsha, this is a very serious matter. This commission is a very serious event where we're trying to establish the truth as to what happened. So you can't have it both ways. Can I just ask you that we don't waste time, please? You told us you were not making decisions. You were not taking your own decisions. When I ask you to identify the person or the people who were taking decisions, you revert back and say nobody was taking those decisions. It cannot be both. It's either you were taking your own decision or a person or certain persons were taking decisions on your behalf, which you are following. Which one is it of the two?
Uthi ke ngoku uzame into yokuba kungachithwa xesha apha ngokuba awunawukwazi ke ukuza nezo mpendulo zimbini zingafaniyo ngokuba xa usithi wena naningazithathela isigqibo ufuna ukwazi uba ngubani lo wayinithathela isigqibo wena wathi akekho lo mntu kwakhona uthi naningazithathela izigqibo ngamanye amazwi ngoku ke ufuna ukwazi into yoba xa nithathelwa izigqibo naningazithathela izigqibo ngubani lo ngamanye amazwi wayinithathela izigqibo nina.
Akukho umuntu wasithathela izigqibo.
Hence I said no one took decisions for us.
So you took your own decisions.
Nani zithathela izigqibo ngokunokwenu.
Enjalo.
That is so.
Now, why did you take the decision to arm yourself with dangerous weapons instead of reporting to the police and even perhaps to London security to protect you from these possible attacks that you are fearing?
Kutheni ke nathatha izigqibo zokuba niphathe izixhobo endaweni yokuba nihambe niyoxela emapoliseni?
Unphinde.
Can you repeat the question? Ufuna ukwazi into yokuba intoni le yanenza into yobana nithathe isigqibo sokuzithathela izixhobo ngokuniphatha izixhobo endaweni yokuba nihambe niyoxela emapolisa? I have some difficulties.
Do you have a difficulty in answering the question?
Unobunzima ekuphenduleni umbuzo lobuzwayo?
Because understanding it you do.
Ngoba wona umbuzo uyawuqonda, injalo?
Yeah.
Yes.
Tell us, why are you finding it difficult to answer that question?
Kutheni ke ngoku unobunzima ekuphenduleni lo mbuzo lowo?
Zange kubekho cebo lokuba masiye emapoliseni.
No plan was made to go to the police.
And I'm asking you why not?
Uyabuza isizathu ba kutheni ningazange nenze ngolo hlobo?
Andinawuphendula lo mbuzo.
I cannot answer that question.
You for the first time have both these weapons with you, the bush knife and the sharpened iron rod. When did you have them with you first?
Uqale nini ke ngokuphatha le butch knife le mela linkulu kunye nenxula le ngelixesha kokuqala xa uqala usiphatha?
Qale nge-15.
I started on the 15th.
On the 15th?
Yes, Commissioner.
Sir, you were safe.
Can I just ask you another question?
Yes.
Now, did you know that from the afternoon of the 14th, the police were in the vicinity of the Kopi engaging with representatives of the strikers?
Wawusazi into yokuba ngomhla we-14 emva kwemini amapolisa ke ngoku abanendibano neenkokheli abantu ababemele abaqhankqalazi na phaa kulaa ngingqi weKopi. Wawuyazi into enjalo?
Ndandingayazi.
I was not aware.
When you went there on the 15th, did you see policemen standing there in front of the Kopi?
Ngeli xesha waya wawusiya phaa kanye okuyeni kwakho ekwiKopi kanye phaa kwiKopi wawuke wabona nge-15 amapolisa ephambi kweKopi na ekhona apho?
Zeba khona amapolisa.
There were police officers.
Now, when you went there in the morning, on the morning of the 15th, did you take these two weapons with you?
Ngala ntsasa ke ye-15 ngeli xesha wawusiya phaa waya phaa uphethe izixhobo zakho?
Ndaqala ndaya ndingaziphathanga ndaziphatha sekulate.
Initially when I went there, I was not carrying any weapons, but I carried them at a later stage.
So I'm trying to find out when the later stage was. Initially, when you went to the Kopi, you didn't take the weapons. They said possibly, did you have the butcher knife with you the whole time?
Ngeli xesha ke ngoku wawusithi qala wami awungaphethanga izixhobo. Ufuna ukwazi uba lonke eli xesha na wawuphethe ke ngoku le mela uyibiza ibutcher?
Yeah, ndandiphathe yona kuphela.
Yes, that's the only one I was carrying.
I see. And then at a later stage, you decided to take the sharpened iron rod as well.
Emva kwexesha ke waye wathatha isigqibo sokuba uzophatha kunye nenxula le.
Yes.
Was that on the 15th?
Loo nto yenzeka nge-15?
Yeah.
Yes.
How many times did you go to the Kopi on the 15th?
Ufuna ukwazi ke usihlalo into yoba ngalamhla kwe-15 uye kangaphi entabeni?
Ndiyeka kabini.
I went there twice.
Twice. What time did you go the first time?
Uya kwakho kuqala nge-15 xa uya phaa kwakungabani ixesha?
Kwakusekuseni kakhulu ndiqonda ukuthi ixesha mhlawumbi kwakungo-5 or 4.
It was in the early morning between 4 and 5 a.m.
And then did you go back home?
Waye wabuyela endlini emva koko?
Ndabuyela endlini.
Yes, I went back home.
What time did you go back home?
Wabuyela endlini ngabani ixesha?
Andisalichana ixesha bangangibona.
I don't remember the exact time.
More or less.
Xa uthekelela mhlawumbi uqashela nje.
Ndiqonda ukuthi mhlawumbi phaya ko-8, 9.
Between 8 and 9 o'clock.
And when did you go back to the Kopi?
Uye wabuyela ngabani kwakhona ixesha nge-15 phaa kweKopi?
Ndiye ndabuya phaya kwizikhathi zabo 4, 5.
I went back there around 16 and 1700 hours.
I see. And when you went the first time, did you take your bush knife with you? Or your butcher knife with you?
Ngokuya wawusiya ke ngalantsasa ngalantseni uya kokuqala wawuphethe ke ngolaa butch knife lamela yakho le butch knife?
Yeah, ndiphethe.
Yes, I was carrying it.
And when you went the second time, did you take your butcher's knife and the sharpened iron rod?
Ngeli xesha ke wawubuyela okwesibini phaa entabeni wabuyela uphethe yona lo butch knife kwakunye nale nxula?
Yes.
Ewe.
And when you went back in the afternoon of the 15th, there were police present, were there not? A whole lot of policemen and police vehicles and so on in front of the Kopi?
Ngeli xesha wabuyela okwesibini ke ngoku ubuyela apho phambi kwentaba kwakukho amapolisa amaninzi neemoto ezininzi zamapolisa. Injalo loo nto?
Injalo.
That is correct.
So why did you take the iron rod at that stage?
ufuna ukwazi kusihlala into yoba yinto le yenza into yoba uphathe incula ngela xesha.
Zizinto endiziphathayo xa ndizama uzikhusela xa ngaba kusiliwe.
Those are the object I carry when I want to defend myself whenever there is a fight.
Did you expect that there would be a fight?
Wawulindele uba kuzobakho umlo ozobakhona phaya?
Ndandingajonganga loo nto.
That's not what I expected.
Well, I see, but you thought there might be a fight, so just in case there was going to be a fight, you had your 2 weapons with you. Is that correct?
Wawuziphathele nje izinto mhlambe babe kungenzeka into kuba kubekho lomlo ukhoyo okanye lomfazi ukwazi ukuthi uzikhusele. Injalo lonto?
Enjalo.
That is so.
Who did you think the fight might be with?
Wawucinga uba mhlawumbi lomlo nizawulwa nobani?
Sasingajonganga kuba sizawulwa nobani.
We didn't focus on the person with whom we would be involved in a fight. There was no specific person.
I understood you to say you at one stage that you had these weapons with you because you were afraid you might be attacked by Num.
Utukuvile usithi insathu sokuba niphathe ezixhobo kwakungubana nanifuna uzikhusela ngoba nani noloyiko lokuba inomi ngahle inihlasele. Kunjalo?
Kunjalo.
That is so.
So therefore, is it fair to assume that you had these weapons to protect yourself against a possible attack by Num?
Ndithetha inyani xa ndisithi na isathu sokuba uphathe ezixhobo into kubana nanifuna ukuzikhusela ukuba kungenzeka inomi nihlasele. Kunjalo?
Kunjalo.
That is so.
Now, how could you fear an attack by Num if the police were there in fairly large numbers and there were police vehicles there as well? What chance would Num have had to attack you in those circumstances?
Nani nokwazi njani ke ngoku into kuba inom inihlasele kugcwele amapolisa kuloo ndawo khona emoto zamapolisa apho. Yayizokwazi njani inom ukunikhusela kumeke njalo apho kwakho amapolisa amaninzi?
Andiva apha ekhuseleni.
Nani izokwazi njani into kuba nizikhusele?
If you ask for the question to be repeated.
Ucela ufuna impendulo imbuzo uphindwa kakhona.
Apha ekhuseleni.
About the issue of defending ourselves.
I'm not Xhosa speaking, but I think there's one word which the interpreter missed. As opposed to saying attack, he said protect. And that's what the witness is asking. He doesn't understand how does protection or the need to protect come in. So if the interpreter can repeat the question, substitute protect with attack.
All right. Will you repeat the question as amended by Mr. Mutau?
Yes, Commissioner. Yayenza nihlasela njani inom kugcwele amapolisa kuloo ndawo leyo?
Sasingajonganga uba sizawuhlaselwa kuba amapolisa akhona. Sasingajonganga uba sizawuhlaselwa uba amapolisa akhona.
We didn't expect to be attacked just because the police were there.
Why did you take the weapons then?
Isizathu ke sokuphatha isixhobo yaba yintoni ke?
Into edala into yoba siphathe izixhobo. Siziphethe izixhobo ngoba singazi amapolisa asawuhamba asinawuhlaselwa na.
We carried those weapons because we didn't know as to whether after the police had left we were perhaps going to be attacked.
Yes, Mr. Mutau.
Did you receive information that the police were going to leave?
Uke weva wena kuthiwa amapolisa azawuhamba?
Khange ndive.
I never heard that.
Did you ask them how long did they intend to be there for?
Wake wabuza into yoba bazawuhlala ixesha elingakanani kuloo ndawo le apho wona amapolisa?
Zange ndibuze.
I never asked.
You'll agree that there's no basis for you to say you carried the weapons on the assumption that the police were going to leave and you were worried about what was going to happen after they leave. Not having established those facts.
Uvumelana into yokuba le nto uyithethayo into yokubana mhlawumbi mina nizohlaselwa kwamapolisa ehambile ayivaka ayinasihlahla loo nto leyo. Injalo loo nto?
Andiva.
I cannot hear. Uvumelana nayo into yokuba le nto nithethayo into yokuba uyithethayo into yokuba mhlawumbi nanizohlaselwa ekubeni emkile amapolisa ayinto evakalayo ayinasihlahla loo nto leyo
ngokuba singazi uba amapolisa azawuhamba nini
because we didn't know the time as to when the police were going to leave.
But we've already established you did not ask them when they were going to leave.
Sesidlulile kuyo leyo into yokuba zange nibabuze into yokuba nibuze amapolisa uba azawuhamba nini.
awuphinde
Besesegqithile kuleyo into yokuba he asked me to repeat. Besesegqithile kuleyo into yokuba amapolisa zange nibuze into yokuba nizawuhamba nini.
zange sibuze
Zange niwabuze.
zange siwabuze
We never asked them.
Wouldn't you ask the police to stay to protect you if you feared there might be an attack by Num?
Ukuba nanoloyika into yokuba iNomi izawunehlasela zaningaboni kufuneka kwenye imfuneko into yoba nicela amapolisa into yoba anikhusele.
zange sibekho ingcinga enjalo
No such a thought crossed my mind, our minds.
So you'll agree that generally police presence, especially in the large numbers that they were in on the 15th, and coupled with the fact that there were vehicles, indicates a sign of safety or protection at least on their part.
Uvumelana nami na into yokuba xa kukho amapolisa amaninzi neemoto zamapolisa zikhona loo nto iyabonisa into yoba lukhona ukhuseleko.
And you have no reason to fear any attack under those circumstances.
Xa kukho amapolisa ke neemoto ezininjalo kukhuseleko ayikho into engenza uba nibe noloyiko.
Dependent.
Can I answer?
Uloyiko lalikhona kuba amapolisa sasingajonganga uba azawuhlala mpela phaya sasijonga uba azawujonga aphinde ahambe.
There was fear. We had fear because we didn't expect the police to be there for good. We know that at some stage they would have to leave.
But the evidence is that at that stage, the police presence was being increased. More and more police were arriving at the copy.
Kodwa kuthiwa ngelo xesha inani lamapolisa lalisanda phaya entabeni. La ayisongezeleka amapolisa inani lawo lisanda ngela xesha.
And you thus could not have been entitled to assume that they were going to leave. But if anything, was that they're increasing their presence with a view to stay.
Ayikho yonke into ebene unenza into yobana nicinga into yokuba angahamba ngoba xa beza ngobuninzi babo loo nto iyabonisa into yobana babefuna ukuhlala ukuba kuyo loo ndawo leyo. Uthini kuloo ndawo?
Sasingenalwazi la loo nto uba azawuhlala.
We were not aware as to whether they were going to remain or stay there.
Do you agree that your decision not to ask the police to either stay or to even establish from them about their intended duration of their stay was a mistake on your part?
Uyavuma uba ke nguninzi impazamo ngokuwabuza amapolisa into yokuba azawuhlala ixesha elingakanani apho?
Yeah.
Yes.
You also agree that another mistake that you made was after the Num incident on the 11th, the decision to take the arms instead of getting the police and possibly lawman security to protect you against the attack that you are fearing. Do you agree that that was another mistake that you made?
Uyavumelana naye into yokuba inye impazamo eninzi leyo into yokuba emva kwalaa nto yenzeke nge-11 impazamo eninzi leyo zange niyoxelela amapolisa okanye onogada baselonmen. Injalo loo nto leyo?
Zange sibaxelele.
We never informed them.
Do you agree, looking back, that that was a mistake on your part?
Uyavuma ke ngoku into yokuba impazamo eninzi leyo.
In other words, you should not have carried dangerous weapons.
Ngamanye amazwi kwakungafunekanga niphathe izixhobo ezinobungozi.
But instead, you should have contacted the police, even possibly law enforcement security,
Kodwa into kwafuneka niyenzile kwakufuneka uba nihambe niyoxelela amapolisa okanye nixelele onogada baselonmeni. Impazamo eniyenzileyo lokuba niphathe izixhobo. Uthini ngaloo nto leyo?
in order to put a plan to protect you.
Ukwenzela xa nibaxelele bazokwazi ukuthi bacebe kakuhle into ba baza kunikhusela njani.
Zange libekho lo cebo.
No such a plan was made.
I know that, sir. I'm asking that with hindsight, do you agree that that was a mistake on your part?
Uvumelana nayo into yokubana yoku yiyo impazamo enayenzayo kukungayi emapoliseni okanye konogada. Injalo uthini kuloo nto leyo?
Windi.
Can you repeat? Uthi impazamo enayenzayo nina into yokuba naye nathatha izixhobo ezinobungozi endaweni yokuba nihambe niyoxela emapoliseni azokwazi unikhusela okanye nixelele nogada. Nenza impazamo ngokuthatha izigqibo zokuphatha izixhobo. Uthini kuloo nto?
Lalengekho ixesha lokuba siye emapoliseni.
There was no time to go to the police.
But we agreed that there was no information that NUM was planning to attack you at the copy.
Besivumelene kodwa into yokuba zange kuthiwe iNUM iceba ukunihlasela pha entabeni. Zange nive into enjalo into yoba iNUM iceba unihlasela. Injalo loo nto?
Lawo ndive.
I never heard about such thing.
And we know that no such attacks occurred between the 12th to the 16th of August. So there was an opportunity for you to contact the police instead of taking arms and taking the law into your hands.
Uthi nani nalithuba lokuba nani noye emapoliseni ngokuba xa ejongile ukusukela nge-12 uyotsho phaa nge-16 zange nihlaselwe ngela xesha iNUM. Uthini kuloo nto?
Zange libekho lo cebo.
No such a plan was made.
And hence I'm saying, do you then agree? If you're not prepared to agree, you can say that. And I can move on to another aspect.
Yiloo nto ebuza ubuvumelana naye na.
You now agree, with hindsight, with all the facts that you now know, that it was a mistake or an error on your part to take the law into your own hands by taking dangerous weapons instead of involving the police and possibly law enforcement security to devise a plan to protect you against this fear of a NUM attack.
Uthi ke oku uvumelana nayo into yoba nenza impazamo ngokuthatha isigqibo sokuphatha izixhobo ezinobungozi endaweni yokubana niyoxelela amapolisa okanye nogada ngokuphatha izixhobo ezinobungozi uba nifuna uzikhusela kuNUM. Impazamo enkulu eniyenzileyo leyo. Uvumelana naye kuloo nto leyo okanye awuvumelani naye?
Andivumelani naye.
I don't agree with you.
So if you could be given another chance to replay the scene, go back to the 11th, there is this incident. You go to the 12th, there is no incident. The 13th, no incident. 14th, no incident. Up until the 16th. You are saying you would not have asked for the police to protect you, but you would instead do it all over again. You'd go and get your dangerous weapons instead of involving the police or asking them to protect you.
Ufuna ukuthi ngamanye amazwi ukuba laa nto yenzekayo mhlawumbi besithi bingaphinde mhlawumbi umzekelo idlalo okanye yenzeke nihlaselwe nge-11 buthi noba bengekho hlaselo elikhoyo nge-12 nange-13 nange-14 uyotsho nge-16 nangona kunjalo benizawuhlala nezixhobo zenu ningaboni kukho imfuneko yokuba nihambe niyoxelela amapolisa?
You would not do that.
Bungasoze uyenze loo nto yokuba nihambe niyoxelela amapolisa?
Besingekabi nalo lo cebo.
We had never made such a plan.
Sir, I know that you did not have the plan at that time. I'm asking you a different question. I'm saying, assume this had not happened, and it was to happen again. Knowing what you know, with all the facts that I've put to you, you still would not decide to ask the police for protection, but you would instead take the law into your arms, so into your own hands, and you take your dangerous weapons.
Uthi ke ukuba isahlakalo senzekayo phaya xa sijonge nge-11 siwujonga ukuthi nakezinye iintsuku uyotsho nge-16 nakwenzeka nganto ukuba benophinda yenzeka into enjalo benizawuthatha isigqibo soba niphathe izixhobo ezinobungozi ningahambi niyoxelela amapolisa?
Sase siziphethe isixhobo.
We were already carrying the weapons.
Mr. Phatsha, do you understand my question?
Uyawuvisisa umbuzo wami.
And I'm going to repeat it.
Ndizawuphinda.
phinde
Assume that today is the 12th of August, 2012. Do you understand that?
Masithathe ukuthi mhlawumbe namhlanje idate yi-12 ka-August 2012.
And that the Noom incident had occurred yesterday, being the previous day.
Sithi mhlawumbe esehlakalo ke ngokusenum senzeke ngezo izolo. Sithi mhlawumbe ibi-11 izolo.
We now know that there was no information that the NUM was going to attack you at the copy on the 12th up until the 16th.
Siyazi into yoba zange kuthetheke okanye kuthiwe into kufumaneka inkcazelo yokuba inum izawunihlasela usukela ngomhla we-12 yotsho nge-16 zange kubekho into enjalo ethethekayo.
And we know that the NUM did not attack you on the 12th to the 16th.
Siyazi into yobana nenum zange nihlasele ukususela nge-12 uyotsho nge-16.
So why, if today was the 12th of August, knowing that you do have the time to report this incident to the police, there is no immediate threat, why would you not take the decision today, if it were the 12th, to report the matter to the police and ask them to intervene and protect you?
Ukuba zange nive ke into yokuba nge-12 leyo inum yayiceba ukunihlasela, kutheni ke ningazange ngela xesha babenganihlaseli nithathe isigqibo sokuba nihambe niye emapoliseni?
zange libekho elo cebo.
No, there was never such a plan.
So I'll take it that you understand the question and you're clearly evading it, and I'm going to move on to another aspect.
Uthi uzawuthatha into yokuba lo mbuzo wakhe uyawuqonda uva kakuhle kodwa ke uyawubaleka awufuni uphendula ngamanye amazwi.
ayikho into endiyibalekayo.
I'm not evading anything.
Do you want me to give you another opportunity to answer it?
Ufuna ndikuphe elinye ithuba ke lokuba lo mbuzo lo uphendule?
Have you thought about it?
Uyicingisisile impendulo okanye ucingile ngaloo nto leyo?
makaphinde umbuzo.
Repeat the question.
I'm not going to repeat the question. You understand the question. You said you are not evading it. Do you have the answer?
Andizophinda umbuzo uvile uthe awubaleki lo mbuzo lowo. Ngoku ke ndifuna ukwazi uba unayo impendulo kulo mbuzo bendiwubuza.
Uthini?
What is the
Let me
question?
repeat.
I think you've given ample opportunity to answer the question. I don't know whether there's any point in going through it anymore, but it's your cross-examination, not mine.
Thank you, Chairperson. So let's move on to another aspect. You see, there's another aspect of your evidence which is troubling me, and it is the following. You said that between the 12th and the morning of the 15th, you were only carrying your butcher knife, and you were not carrying the sharpened iron or the inula.
Uthi ke ikhona into engathi yamkhathaza kule nto uyithethileyo phambili. Uthe ukusukela nge-12 uyotsho ngala ntsasa ye-15 into isixhobo nje busiphethe bilemela le butcher knife yiyo yodwa buyiphethe ngaloo maxesha bungaphethanga ngcula. Injalo loo nto?
Injalo.
That is so.
And we know that you were not attacked during that time, and there was no threat that you were going to be attacked.
Siyazi into yoba kweso sithuba kolo thuba okanye elo xesha zange uhlaselwe kwaye kwakungekho nezigrogriso ezikhoyo zokubana uzawuhlaselwa. Injalo loo nto?
Sasingazi uba sizuhlasela.
We were not aware as whether we were not going to be attacked.
You were also not aware that you were going to be attacked. So you knew both.
Wawungazi nokuba uzawuhlaselwa. Busazi into yoba anizohlaselwa, ubungazi nokubana nizawuhlaselwa. Zombini ezo zinto buzazi. Injalo loo nto?
Awuphindi?
Can you repeat?
Okay, you were at least between those dates, between the 12th and the morning of the 15th of August, you had no information that you were going to be attacked by the NUM.
ukususela ngomhla we-12 uyotsho ngentsasa ye-15 zange nive kuthiwa i-NUM iceba ukunihlasela injalo loo nto?
Asivanga.
We never heard about that.
Now, I find it very strange that the 12th up until the morning of the 15th goes by peacefully with no incident. And on the 15th, there's a large police presence at the copy. And your response to it is to increase your weapons by carrying an additional dangerous weapon which you carry for the first time after the police are on site. Are you able to explain that?
Uthi ke into emothusayo okanye mangazayo into yokuba xa ejonge ukususela phaa nge-12 uyotsho nge-15 bekuthe cwaka kuthulekile kungenzekanga nto kwaye ndike nenani lamapolisa lalungezelekile. Ngoku ke into emangalisayo into yokuba wena uthatha isigqibo sokuba uphathe nesinye isixhobo esingesinye kakhona kunjalo nje kuthe cwaka kuthulekile ukukhuxola ungamnika isizathu ke ngosokubana yintoni loba intoni eyenza uba wenze loo nto leyo?
Ndithe isizathu senziwa into yoba sahlaselwa yinam.
I said the reason was that we were or had been attacked by NAM.
But that happened on the 11th, and we've established it did not happen between the 12th and the 15th, and you had no information that it was going to happen. So that surely can't be the justification for doing that.
Uthi ke eso ayiso sizathu ngoba loo nto yenzeka nge-11 qha usukela nge-12 uyotsho nge-15 akho nto yenzekayo ngoku ke ayinoba sisizathu onaso eso ngokuba yinto yenzeka nge-11 qha le uthetha ngayo.
Are you able to answer
Uzawundiphendula
or comment as to what was the reason?
okanye uphefumle utsho uba isizathu yayintoni?
Isizathu sento yokuba yokubana masihlaselwe kwakuyintoni?
What was the reason for us to be attacked?
So is that the answer?
Yimpendulo yakho leyo?
Sounds like a question.
Kufanele uba mandibe nombuzo uba umbuzo uza kum kuphela awufunekanga ndingqine.
I have to ask a question because questions are only posed to me. I'm the only one who's being asked questions.
Mr. Phatsha, when you are a witness and you give evidence, there is a particular discipline that you are expected to submit yourself to. And that discipline is that the cross-examiner will ask you questions and that your responsibility or your duty is to answer those questions. Do you understand that?
Xa sikho kwiingxoxo ke ezifana nakule ndawo sikuyo ngokanye uqhubeka apha kukho inkqubo esetyenziswayo elandelwayo. Into eyenzekayo wena ubuzwa imibuzo ukhuluza kubuza imibuzo kodwa ke wena kwakho kuphendula imibuzo kuphela. Uyivile loo nto?
Kukwenziwa intoni loo nto eyenzeka kanjani?
Let's hear the answer.
Why is it happening like that?
I don't think we need to be too technical. Sometimes a question can be an answer. You know? Why did you carry a gun? Well, why did they attack me? The answer is, well, I was carrying a gun because they attacked me for no obvious reason. So this is a man who's got sub-A. So to expect him to have the understanding of courtroom procedure which you have after your years of study at university is possibly making too big an assumption. So I'll allow him to ask the odd question if it seems to be a kind of an answer to the question that you've asked. But can I just ask a couple of questions dealing with a slightly collateral matter to clear the ground a bit before you carry on? When did you start carrying the butcher knife?
Ke ngoku le mail enkulu kuthiwa yi-butcher knife le uqale nini ukuyiphatha yona?
Ndiyiphethe nge-15.
I carried it on the 15th.
So you didn't carry it before the 15th?
Ngaphambi kwe-15 ke zange uyiphathe.
Zange ndiyiphathe.
I never carried it.
So when you went to the copy on the days you went before the 15th, did you not have a weapon at all?
Ngezinye iintsuku ke phambi kwalo mhla we-15 ngezinye iintsuku xa ubusiya phaa entabeni wawungaphathi isixhobo.
Bendiphatha induku nje kuphela.
I would only carry a stick.
So you only had a stick up until the 15th?
Wawuphatha induku kwaze uba ngumhla we-15?
Yeah.
Yes.
When did you know that people from NUM had attacked the strikers on the morning of the 11th? Did you know that on that day, the 11th, when you heard the gunshots and you saw the people running away?
Weva nini into yokuba abantu benum badubule baqhankqalazi? Weva ngalamhla we-11 ngeli xesha ubona abantu bebaleka?
Ndeva nge-11.
I heard on the 11th.
So from the 11th until the morning of the 15th, you didn't consider it necessary to carry a dangerous weapon when you went to the copy?
Ngeli xesha wawumane usiya ke phaa entabeni kusukela nge-11 uyotsho nge-15 wawungaboni kuyimfuneko into yokuba mawuphathe isixhobo esinobungozi?
Babeziphethe abaziphetheyo mna ndingananjongo yokuziphatha.
The others carried them, but I never had intentions of carrying them.
What changed on the morning of the 15th when you took a butcher knife with you to the copy when you went the first time?
Yintoni ke yatshintshayo le ngalomhla we-15 xa wathatha isigqibo sokuba le phanga okanye le meli inkulu uzayiphatha nge-15?
Kungoba ndiyabona uba ziphethwe into ezibukhali ngabasebenzi abalapha nam ndaphatha ezam.
Is because I noticed that the other workers who were there were carrying weapons, and I also carried mine.
The first time on the 15th?
Wawuqala nge-15 uziphathe zakho?
Ndandiqala uziphatha nge-15.
Yes, it was for the first time that I carried mine on the 15th.
Had you not noticed before then that the other strikers on the copy were carrying weapons?
Kwezinye iintsuku ezidlulileyo ezingaphambi ke ngokwe-15 zange uqaphele into yokuba abanye abasebenzi baphethe izixhobo?
Babeziphethe.
They were carrying them.
And why, when you went back to the copy on the second occasion, on the 15th, did you now carry another dangerous weapon, apart from the butcher's knife, namely the sharpened iron rod? What was the necessity for doubling up on the weapons you were carrying?
Ngoku ke yintoni lena yakunyanzela into yokubana ngalamhla we-15 xa ubuyele kwesibini uzophatha incula? Yintoni le yenza into yoba unyanzeleke into yoba uze uphathe izixhobo ezimbini ngolaa suku?
Yayiyintando yam uba ndiziphathe.
It was just from myself. I just decided to carry them.
Yes, but why?
Isizathu kutheni?
Yayingenasizathu laa nto.
There was no reason for that.
Thank you.
I'm indebted to the chairperson. Mr. Phatsha, can I just ask that we move to another aspect? On the morning of the 15th of August, there was a briefing meeting by General Mpembe, which was attended by, among others, it was on the afternoon, of the 15th, which was attended, among others, by the president of NUM and the president of AMCU. And I just want to refer you to Exhibit 004, which is the transcript of that briefing meeting. We had indicated that we're going to be referring to Exhibit 004. Oh, sorry.
Oyatsho ke ubawu umntawu ukhansela into yokuba kukho intlanganiso ke yayichotshelwe nguGeneral Mpembe emva kwemini ngomhla we-15 apho ke ngoku opresident we-AMCU nowenum babekho ngalomhla lowo.
Can I just ask you to turn to page 27? From line 17. Against the name Mr. Mokwena. Yes. Where the following is said to, or by Mr. Mokoena. You will see on the previous page, Mr. Mokoena says in line 30, our position general is as Lonmin. And then he proceeds to articulate Lonmin's position. He says, management, our position is as follows. We are willing to engage our employees within the structures that are known in a very safe environment where there are no weapons, not on a mountain.
Kuloo ntlanganiso ke ngoku into eyathethwa ke ngoku ngumhlekazi uMokoena apho bayechaza ke ngoku apho ke ngoku general into ababeyithetha ababime kuyo bona into yokuba sizimisele into yokuba singaba singathethisana kunye nabasebenzi kodwa ngokwemigomo okanye imigaqo indlela eyaziwayo elandelwayo esetyenziswayo kwindawo ekhuselekileyo apho kungekho zixhobo khona hayi entabeni. Uyavuba wayithini uMokoena?
Onphinde ndivanga kakuhle.
Can you repeat? I didn't hear.
We've heard the question yet. I think that was just the first half. You haven't asked the question yet, have you?
No, I haven't, Chairperson.
Because I was wondering how this witness can be expected to answer the question based on that, because he wasn't there, and presumably what was said at the meeting wasn't repeated by a loud hailer at the copy. But anyway, I hope there's a question he can answer at the end of all this.
Yes, if the Chairperson can just bear with me.
Kuthiwa ke apha ke ngakufuna impendulo kodwa uyafundelwa nje into eyathethwa kuloo ntlanganiso ehleli co-president weNUM kunye nowe-AMCU apho ke uMokoena wama yena wathi general thina into esiyitshoyo njenge-Lonmin into yokuba sizimisele into yokuba singaba nodliwano ndlebe kunye nabasebenzi ngamanye amazwi abaqhankqalazayo kodwa ke hayi kwindlela kwindawo ezingakhuselekanga into efuneka yenziwe xa sokwazi uba sibe ndibana nabo kuza kulandelwa imigaqo le ilandelwayo xa kungenwa kwimiba yengxoxo ngemivuzo. Uvile ke?
Ndimamele.
I heard.
So we are willing to meet our employees through their structures, through their leaders, to discuss any issue, not when they are armed, not when they are actually outside the Lonmin property.
Uthi ke sizimisele into yokuba singaba nayo indibano kunye nabasebenzi bemelwe zinkokheli zabo hayi ngaphandle kwaseLonmin okanye bephethe izixhobo.
So when the workers are back, disarmed tomorrow, tonight, through their leaders, we will meet them.
Uthi ke ngoko ke ukuba babuyile abasebenzi bengaxhobanga ngomso ngokuhlwa bemelwe zinkokheli zabo siyakuba nendibano kunye nabo.
That is our position. We are not against meeting, discussing issues with employees through the right structures. We are prepared to do that.
Uthi ke into esimi kuyo kanye sitshoyo leyo asichasanga zinhlanganiso okanye ukuxoxa imiba nabasebenzi ngendlela efanelekileyo sizimisela uba singayenza loo nto leyo.
So you do know that Lonmin's position was consistent throughout, that it is willing to engage with its employees through the proper collective bargaining structures, correct?
Ubusazi into yokuba into ephinda-phinda itsho igxininisa iLonmin into yokuba izimisele into yokuba ingahlala kwingxoxo kodwa ke ngokomgaqo okanye inkqubo elandelwayo eyaziwayo eyamkelekileyo. Injalo loo nto?
Sasijonge into yokuba amendment nembutho izawuthethisana nathi.
We expected the management and the unions to talk to us.
But that is precisely the point, that Lonmin's position was, it is willing to engage the employees through proper collective bargaining structures, where your unions would have been present to articulate your demands.
Did you know that?
Wawusazi into yokubana umqeshi okanye abaphathi baseLonmin babe sithi into yokuba bangakwazi into yokubana babe nendibano nani kodwa nimelwe imibutho yenu wawunolwazi ngaloo nto leyo?
No.
No, hayi.
You never got hold of any of the internal communique that were issued by various officials of Lonmin?
No, he can't read.
Chairperson, I am mindful of that fact. I will actually deal with that issue to cover that aspect. If I may just ask the chairperson to bear with me, I'm almost done. So, we do know, and in fact you can clarify if you never became aware of that fact, that among other things, Mr. Da Costa addressed the protesters with regard to their demand of 12.5, advised them that they had adopted an incorrect procedure, and he addressed them in Fanaga law, and advising that the proper way to raise these issues is through the collective bargaining structures. Did you get to know of that fact?
Ukuba uyazi ngaloo nto leyo uzawutsho ne? Kuthiwa ke ngoku ngeli xesha abasebenzi abaqhankqalazi babeyokuthetha kunye noDa Costa beyowutsha imfuno yabo into abafuna ke u-12,500 wabaxelela uba le ndlela abaza ngayo yindlela engafanelekanga, kufuneka benze ngendlela efanelekileyo xa benza into enjalo. Wake wayiva into enjalo wena ithetheka?
Kungoku yandandifike late.
It's at the time I arrived late.
So at no stage was that information shared with you that Lonmin says this is the method by which the process of engagement should occur? Hearing that for the first time from me today.
Sorry to interrupt you. It sounds to me you and the witness may be at cross purposes. You were, as I understood it, telling him or putting to him what Mr. Da Costa said to a group of career RDOs in July. He says he arrived late at the meeting, which I suspect means he's talking about one of the meetings in August, because you remember he works for Eastern Platinum, he doesn't work for Career. So if you're talking past each other, then the answers you're going to get from him are going to be meaningless. And in any event, it's probably not fair to ask him questions when there's clearly a misunderstanding. So I think you should clarify that first before you carry on.
Yes, Chair, I take the point. Mr. Phatsha, let me ask the question differently. Did you at any stage prior to and including the 16th get to find out that Lonmin's position was that it is willing to engage but only through proper structures?
Kwezinye intsuku ke uyotsho kulaa mhla we-16 wake wayiva into wena apho kwakuthiwa mhlawumbi iLonmin izimisele uba yona ingangena kwingxoxo kodwa ke ifuna ungena kwingxoxo ngamanye amazwi abantu bemelwe ziinkokheli zabo. Wake wayiva into enjalo?
Zandive.
I never heard about such a thing.
No, I'm not sure if the question is correct in any event, because we do know that Lonmin did engage outside the structures with the RDOs when they made them the offer, or I think unilaterally gave them the allowance of 750. So that was, in fact, the unions complained that they were outside the structure. So I'm not sure that the question put as absolutely as you did is correct in accordance with the facts as we understand them.
Chairperson, if I can just correct that. Lonmin's position is an engagement with the RDOs resulted in an allowance which was paid, which is, and the chairperson will recall that at the I think on the 23rd of July, when the decision was made to pay the allowance, there was a communique which was issued which made it very clear that that has got nothing to do with wage negotiations. It's an issue that deals with an allowance which is at the discretion of management. So even with effect from the date when the announcement was made of the payment, the communication by Lonmin was all wage negotiations should happen within structures. So I'm merely testing whether this witness at some or other stage became aware that was Lonmin's position, or he's only finding out from me for the first time today. That's the only issue, Chair.
That question to him, and let's see what answer we get.
So, at any stage between the 10th of August, when you joined the strike, or even earlier, up until the 16th of August, did you or did you not hear that Lonmin's position was that all wage negotiations should be done through proper collective bargaining structures?
Kusukela ngalamhla ke ukuwethe uyotsho kanye kusukela lamhla wawuzibandakanya noqhankqalazo uyotsho ngalamhla we16 zange kuyivinto apho kwakuthiwa ke ngoku iLonmin izimisele noba yona ingangena kwingxoxo kodwa ke ifuna kuze ke inkokheli ezimele abasebenzi zange kuyivinto enjalo.
Zandive.
I never heard about that.
And if you had heard it, would it have made a difference to your approach?
Ukuba wayivile into enjalo ke uku lonto ayinokwenza into ba indlela naniyithathile nithatha indlela engenye yahlukileyo.
Andinalwazi.
I have no idea.
Right. Sir, we do know that from your evidence you state that you were present at the copy on the 15th when Mr. Zokwana came to address the strikers, correct?
Uthi wawukhona nge15 ekopi ngelixesha ke umhlekazi Zokwana wayezothetha nabaqhankqalazi njalo lonto?
Ndandikhona.
I was present.
And you'll agree with me that the presence of Mr. Zokwana at the copy presented an opportunity to engage, in other words, to advise your union that you were a member, that there is this problem, and you asked that they should intervene and address your demand.
Ngenxa yoba wayekhona phaa umhlekazi Zokwana nonozosebenzisa elo thuba nimxelele into yoba nibacele into yobana bangenelele injalo lonto.
Awuphinde?
Can you repeat? Ngenxa yento yobani ke wayekhona waya naye phaa intabeni umhlekazi Zokwana ngena nisebenzise elo thuba lokuba nimxelele intoni ingxaki yenu nokuba nimcele into yobana ngenelele injalo lonto.
Into eyenzekayo uMr. Zokwana wayethetha engaphakathi kwiHIP.
What happened was that Mr. Zokwana addressed us from the Inyala.
And?
Kwenzekani?
Ezangabolise wathi abasebenzi mabaye emsebenzini.
Without even greeting, he just told the workers to go back to work.
I'm trying to understand what point are you making, so I don't want to interrupt you. Just proceed and make your point so that I can ask you a question.
Qhubekeka ukwenzela into yoba xa
Emveni koko wathi uba ngaba anifuni ukuya emsebenzini amapolisa azokwenza umsebenzi wawo.
He said after that if we don't want to go back to work, the police will do their job.
Are you done, and can I ask the question?
Uqebile ke ngoku angakubuza umbuzo?
Ndiqebile.
I'm done.
So, Mr. Zokwana gave evidence and stated that on the 15th, he was given instructions by the police in terms of the manner in which he was going to address the strikers. That is, he had to do it from within the Nyala. You did hear that evidence. I assume you were present.
Ngelixesha wabenika ubungqina bakhe umhlekazi Zokwana uthi kula ntlanganiso ebanjiweyo kwatshiwo waxelela into yobana uzothetha njani nabantu kwaye uzawuthetha nabantu engaphakathi phaa kweHIPO. Uthi ke ndicimba ngelixesha wayethetha ezo zinto ezo ke ngoku wawukhona wayiva loo nto leyo injalo loo nto?
Awuphinde ndivanga.
Can you repeat? I didn't hear. Into ayithethileyo uZokwana into yokuba into eyenzekayo phakala ntlanganiso waxelelwa into yokuba uzothetha njani nabantu nokuba uzothetha nabo engaphakathi phaa kwehipo. Uyayiva ke?
Leyo into ndiyazi.
I don't know anything about that.
And he proceeded to tell the commission that he was not well received at the copy on that day by the strikers.
Uthi zange amkeleke apho ke ngoku kanye amkelwe phaa kwikopi ngabaqhankqalazi entabeni ngalamini.
Andiyazi ke.
I know nothing about that.
And in his own words, he told the commission that when he arrived at the copy, it was clear that the group, meaning the protesters, were not prepared to listen to him.
Uthi ufika wakhe phaa entabeni kwakubonakala into abantu babengazimiselanga ukummamela.
Zange bekho loo nto.
Such a thing never happened.
Because he told us that when he arrived at the copy, once people noticed it was him, they were singing songs. We hate NUM. How will we kill NUM? How will we kill Zokwana? We hate Zokwana.
Uthi ke kufikeni kwakhe abantu bathi bawufuna ingoma besithi inum siyayizonda sizayibulala kanjani inum uzokwana sizambulala kanjani siyamzonda uzokwana. Uthi into eyenzekayo ufika kwakhe phaa leyo.
Zange ndiyive mna.
I never heard about such a thing.
So your evidence is that if such a song was sung, given the fact that you were there, you never heard such a song being sung.
Uthi kuba igwijo linjalo laculwa noba wawukhona phaa kodwa wena zange ulive lo gwijo elo.
Zange ndilive.
I never heard it.
Mr. Phatsha, I want to put it to you that you are being incorrect and you're not being honest, because video clips were even played of that incident, and the song is very clear and loud, and its words or lyrics are also very clear.
Uthi ke ingathi awuna nyaniso ngokuba la video yadlalwa apha kwaye yayivakala namazwi ayo avakala kakuhle.
Thank you, Sir Chairperson. I don't think that's the evidence. I think that's a misleading question. Well, in all ways, in the sense that there's no such video evidence. If it was played, well, then I think only Mr. Mutau saw it. Of the song being played with Mr. Zokwana being there. That just did not happen.
Actually, is Mr. Mpofu is correct. Video machine was working the next day when Mr. Matunjwa went, and that's 009. But I'm not aware of it, but Ms. Pillay will be able to help us, I'm sure. I'm not aware of a video clip of Mr. Zokwana's address, unless it was led and I've forgotten about it. Ms. Pillay, can you help us on this?
Chair, I would just need to go through Mr. Chaskelson's compilation to make sure that I seem to recall seeing it, but I just need to be sure about it.
Kuthethwa ke ngale video le kuthiwa apho abantu becula khona.
Advocate Hemrod reminds me that he thinks there was one because it was taken from inside the Inyala. And I seem to remember seeing that. One couldn't see very much. It was taken from behind Mr. Zokwana, actually. But anyway,
that's correct, Chair. I think it was part of Mr. Chaskelson's compilation.
Yes, yes. Mr. Mutar, can you perhaps move on, deal with something else? During the lunch adjournment, which we'll be taking in 25 minutes, if you're still busy, the matter can be checked. You can then deal with it after lunch. And if you finish your cross-examination before that, you can stop your cross-examination and reserve the right to come back and ask about that. That seems a sensible way to deal with it. I must confess, originally I didn't think such a video did exist, but now that I'm reminded about a video being taken from inside the Nyala, I think there was one. But anyway, let's not have to rely on my obviously
Chair,
imperfect memory on the point.
There's a video of Mr. Matunjwa in the Nyala, but there's no footage, and we've been through all of it, of Mr. Zokwana in the Nyala.
All right. Well, anyway, I'm not challenging what you say, Ms. Barnes. Let's have a check during the lunch hour, and Mr. Mutar can come back on deal with the matter after that. Sorry?
Chairperson, yes, I'm happy with that arrangement. Mr. Muta will check, and if he finds anything after lunch, he can revisit.
All right, okay. So let's, end of your
kuthiwa-
cross-examination, Mr. Matau, if you've got other points.
ikhona le video bayakhumbula no commissioner ke edlalwa apha kule commission apho le ngoma icula apho yathathwa emva kukamhlekazi uZokwana.
Thank you, Chair. I will come back to that issue on the terms that the Chair has proposed. If I finish my cross-examination before lunch, I'll reserve the right to review the video material and to come back to it, should it be necessary. So let's then proceed. In Mr. Zokwana's words, when he was telling the Commission about what happened at the copy, he says, after having said that he was not well received, in that people were not prepared to listen to him, he says he nevertheless tried to address the crowd.
Uthi ke na umhlekazi uZokwana nangona ke wayethetha nabantu ngaphakathi kuhipo ebona bakamkelekanga apho kodwa ke wazama into kuba azothetha kunye nesihlwele esi.
And he says he told the strikers that the strike was unprotected and that for the sake of peace they should put down their weapons, leave the copy and return to their homes, and that their demands could then be addressed.
Uthi ke wabaxelela into kuba abantu uqhankqalazo lo alukho semthethweni kwaye mabuqhubeke kubekho ucango babeke phantsi izixhobo zabo babuyele emakhaya lomba wabo uzawushukuxwa.
Having been present at the copy, are you able to comment on that evidence that was given by Mr. Zokwana?
Ngenxa yokuba nawe ke wawukhona pha kwekopi ikhona into ongakwazi uyiphefumula phezu kwalamazwi ukuthi athethwe nguZokwana?
Ayikho.
Nothing.
And when Mr. Zokwana gave that evidence, he was not challenged that in fact that evidence is incorrect. It is in paragraph 22 of his witness statement. You don't need to get to it, but what I'm putting to you emanates from paragraph 22 of Mr. Zokwana's statement, and that evidence was not challenged.
Uthiwa ke ngekuxela ethetha lamazwi umhlekazi lo uZokwana akho umuntu wamphikisayo kwaye lo mazwi lawo abhaliwe na ku statement asenzayo sipha ku paragraph 22 nangona engazokucela into ba uhambe uyojonga kuyo kodwa ke ngexesha wayithetha lonto ibeka ngolu hlobo uZokwana zangaphikiswe.
Do you know why that evidence was not challenged?
Chair, it was challenged in my cross-examination. I put the statement of Mr. Boy to Mr. Zokwana in my cross-examination and challenged his version in his statement about what he had said on that day.
And in mine.
Uche ke yena councillor Barnes no councillor uDalempo ufindo kuba baye lonto leyo bacela umngeni kanye bayiphikisa ngoba yena umama uBarnes uthi wamtsho exelela umhlekazi Zokwana into ba wathini uBoy ku statement awasenzayo.
Chair, I'm not going to waste time on this issue. We'll deal with it when at the relevant point. If the transcript does bear out what I'm putting to the witness, we will argue it from that point. And if the record bears out the version advanced from the ultra-left.
I say if the transcript bears out what Ms. Barnes and Ms. Mpofu said, then you won't argue the point.
Yes.
That seems a sensible approach. Shall we carry on to the next point?
Absolutely, Chair.
Uzayiyeka ke leyo aphinda buyele kulo emva kwexesha elithile sawuqhubekeka.
So, may I just ask you to to go to Exhibit 0015? It's a statement of Mr. Bernard Mokoena.
Sicela ke ngoku sizawujonga ke ngoku into okanye statement senzaka mhlekazi uMokoena sibizwa u0015.
I apologize if the chair can just bear with me. So can I just ask you to turn to page 11 of that statement, paragraph 7.6. Do you have it?
Yes.
Mr. Mokoena says the following in his statement. He says, in response to a question from Matunjwa during the meeting, and I will show you that this is during the meeting of the 15th. He says, in response to a question from Matunjwa during the meeting as to what management wanted him to convey to the strikers, I told Matunjwa that we wanted him to tell the strikers that Lonmin would listen to their grievances after they had disarmed, dispersed, and returned to work, but that any engagement would be within the existing collective bargaining structures. Now, can I ask whether at the time, when you were at the copy, when Mr. Matunjwa addressed you, did he ever convey this as being management's position?
Uthi ke ngokwena umhlekazi lo umukwena uthi xa diphendula ke kumbuzo owawubuzwa kumhlekazi uMathunjwa kwintlanganiso yokuba abaphathi okanye umqeshi ufuna athini kubaqhankqalazi yena uMathunjwa. Ndamxelela uMathunjwa into yoba sasifuna axelela abaqhankqalazi ukuba iLonmin izawumamela izikhalazo zabo emva ngokuba bebeke phantsi izixhobo bahlakazela baze babuyele emsebenzini, nokuthi ingxoxo zazizokwenzeka ngokwendlela inkqubo elandelwayo apho kukho amaqela axoxayo. Into afuna uyiva ke ngoku, afuna uyiqonda ke ngoku ummeli into yokuba ekufikeni kwakhe phaa entabeni umhlekazi uMathunjwa wayithetha ngolo hlobo na, wayibeka njalo kuni into yokuba bafuna nibeke phantsi izixhobo nibuyele emsebenzini, nokuthi kufuneka silandele indlela efanelekileyo yokuba kuzoxoxwa ngemiba yemivuzo. Wayithetha loo nto leyo umhlekazi uMathunjwa?
Zange ndive.
I never heard about that.
Let me then just move to another aspect. Will you agree with me that in fact, before I ask you these questions, maybe let me try and establish this. Have you ever been involved or exposed to a process of wage negotiations? And I'm asking, given the fact that you were a member of NUM from around 1982 to December 2012.
Wake wathatha inxaxheba wena apho kubanjwe khona ingxoxo ngemivuzo? Wake wathatha inxaxheba wena?
Azange.
Never.
So you would not know what processes are involved, the give and take, the taking of mandates, the question of plenary and caucus and so forth. You wouldn't know all of that.
Awuyazi inkqubo esetyenziswayo apho into yoba baxoxa njani, kuthethwa ntoni naxa beceba nokuba omnye unikela le into athathe le. Awuyazi xa kuxoxa kwenzeka ntoni kanye kanye?
Aye.
No.
And I also take it then that you wouldn't be able to comment on Lonmin's view as to why it did not want to negotiate in an environment which it viewed as volatile, given the killings that had occurred and the carrying of dangerous weapons, because you yourself do not know how the process of negotiations is undertaken, correct?
Ngenxa yoba nawe ungayazi inkqubo elandelwayo okanye esetyenziswayo xa kuxoxwa, awunawazi nokuba iLonmin kutheni ke yayisithi ayinakwazi ukuba ibe nendibano nabasebenzi apho kwakuphethwe izixhobo khona kunobungozi. Awuyazi naleyo. Injalo?
Injalo.
That is leyo. Injalo?
Injalo.
That is so.
And lastly, in respect of the final wage agreement that was reached, and there's no need for me to refer to it, but I take it that you do know that the ultimate increase that was given not only to the RDOs, but it was given to other workers as well, such as the general workers, for example. Correct?
Ke ngoku kwisigqibo esathathayo ekugqibeleni sokuba abantu ke ngoku bazawufumana imivuzo ethile, waba nolwazi into yokuba imivuzo leyo yayizaxhamlwa hayi izi-RDO zodwa kodwa nabanye abantu abenza eminye imisebenzi phaya kwimayini. Injalo loo nto leyo?
Ndayiva leyo.
I heard about that.
And you also know that it was not only the RDOs in Career who got an increase, but an increase was given to RDOs across the shafts in accordance with the different scales, correct?
Ueva nokuba ayizi RDOs asekariye qha ezifumene lochatha ke ngokwemivuzo kodwa kwishaft zonke ezinye ezi nabanye abazi RDO bafumana uchatha nabo injalo lonto.
Ayi.
No.
So is it your evidence that only the RDOs in Career got an increase arising out of the wage agreement?
Ufuna ukuthi ngamanye amazwi abantu abafumana uchatha abazi RDO ngabasekareer qha kuphela into ithethayo leyo.
Kwakuthiwe kuzofakwa kuma RDO angena spanela azafakelwa i700 kwathiwa ano spanela azafakelwa u500 zanga siyiboneke lo mali.
He refers, before I interpret it, Commissioner, to something he refers to as panela. I would like to get an opportunity to ask him what he means by that. That the RDOs who have no panela, he says that they would receive 700 increase, and the others would receive, who had no panela, 500 rands, but we never received such an increase. Ispanela into tata.
Uspanela ngumuntu oncedisana naye wena umuntu ubhola umshini.
Okay. He has explained it. He says that the person he refers to as panela is the assistant to the person who uses the machine to drill.
Offer was 750 for rock drillers who operated without assistance, 500 for rock drillers who operated with assistance, and then the assistants themselves would then get 250. That was the original offer that was made in July, and as far as I remember, the agreement that was ultimately signed, it contained that, over and above the extra amounts that were payable because people's grades and categories were changed. And there were further increases as well. But you say that that was not in fact paid, despite the fact it's in the agreement. Is that what you're saying?
Into ethethwayo apha kuthiwa kaloku uthi ngamanye amazwi abo ke ngokuba naba-RDO ezingenazipanela zafumana kuthiwa zafumana i750 ezinezipanela zafumana i500 ke ngoku izipanela zona ezafumana i250 kwaye loo nto kwavunyelwana ngayo ngoJulayi. Ufuna ukuthi ngamanye amazwi nangona kwakho into enjalo kwisimelano loo mali leyo zange ifunyanwe ngabantu?
Zange ifunyanwe ngabantu.
We never received that money.
Well, when the London witnesses give evidence, your counsel will go to ask them about that. I suggest we should move on to something else at this point.
Xa baselonimini benokubungqina ke ummeli wakho uzababuza ngaloo nto leyo ngoku ke ucinga into yoba masigqithele komnye umba siyishiye siyiyeke leyo.
All right.
Kulungile.
And in fact, just to conclude, in terms of the agreement that was reached, all rock drill operators, not only the ones in Career, that's the point I'm making, all rock drill operators were promoted from partisan grade A4 to B1. In other words, they were promoted to a higher grade. I don't have to give you the logistics. Do you agree?
Uthe emva koko ke ngoku i-RDO zonke zafunyanwa unyuselo suka ku grade A4 zisiwa ke ngoku luhlu olingathi luphezulwana. Uvumelana nayo kuloo nto leyo?
Asikayiboni thina loo nto.
We have not seen such a thing.
Sir, I'm asking you in terms of the agreement that was eventually concluded. Do you know that that is the agreement that was concluded? And what?
Mr. Mattel, I don't know if this is going to help. I mean, at best, he may say he knows that was the agreement. He says it wasn't. As far as he's concerned, it's not to implement it. But the agreement is before us. Whether it's not been complied with is a matter which Mr. Mpofu and I take it Ms. Barnes and Ms. Lewis will take up at the appropriate time with the witnesses led by on behalf of your client. But let's not spend time on it now.
Tekeleyo siyayishiya ngokuba obazayibuza ngummeli uMiss Barnes no Councillor Mpofu bazoyibiza kumanqina ke afanelekileyo azokwazi ukuphendula kuloo nto leyo. Masigqithele komnye umba.
Enkosi.
Chair, subject to viewing the video and also getting the statement that was discussed yesterday, which we have not as yet received, we reserve our right to proceed with cross-examination at an appropriate stage.
I'll allow you to conclude your cross-examination on that basis. We will now take the lunch adjournment and resume at 1:30.
Uzawuqhubela ngelixesha imibuzo yakhe sithathe lunch sabuyela ngecala emva kwentsimbi yokuqala.
Just before going out, Peleletswa, khona diary mo, which has been found.
Commission resumes. Mr. Matau, have you got any further cross-examination now in the light of the investigations that were to be done during the lunch adjournment?
No, Chair. We'll allow our learned friend, Mr. Semenya, to proceed subject to you, Chair.
I'm sure he will appreciate your generosity. Mr. Semenya, you ready to cross-examine? You're still under oath.
Yes. Kuzawubuza ngoku umhlekazi uSimenya.
Mr. Phatsha, you had a ngula, as you call it.
Mfokabawo ndithi wawuphethe ingqondo.
Ewe.
Yes.
Enepanga.
Uphethe nephanga ibusha.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Can I ask that we play slide 121 on exhibit L for Limo?
Cela okokuba basibonise umfanekiso ozawuvela phaya okhona apha nakule ncwadi.
Do you see that slide?
Yawubona lo mfanekiso?
Yawubona.
Yes, I see it.
Please identify what appears at the bottom right corner.
Apha ngasesandleni sokutya sokunene ezantsi kukho ntoni phaya ibonayo?
Umkhonto nobush.
A panga, bush knife and an assegai.
That's what you have been holding on the day.
Zezinto awuziphethe ngale mini.
Similar.
Yayingcole engangomkhonto.
It was an ingula, a sharp pointed iron the size of an assegai.
With that you can kill, right?
Ngambulala umuntu ngalento.
Ingamula.
Yes, can kill.
And if that person is a police officer, will die as well, no?
Noma lo muntu kulipolisa xa egwazwe ngaye angafa. Kunjalo?
Angafa.
Yes, you die.
Identify the one which is at the bottom left.
Apha ezantsi ngasesandleni sokhohlo. Kwinto ibonayo apha.
Andibonile.
You can get
It's not very clear.
You can get closer.
Masondele, sondele uyojonga pha xa ungaboni kakuhle.
Kufanele
Would you like to get out of your chair and stand in front of, close up to the screen and then come back and give us your answer?
Uye phaya nantsikeni ujonge khona.
Anything else
Xa
you'd like him
ungaboni
to look at
kakuhle
on the screen
kukho umfanekiso
when
apha
he resumes his
endiwuphethe.
seat? Perhaps you can indicate that now.
Yes. I intend to have him identify all of those weapons on that slide.
Izapha ndikubonisa apha umfanekiso nangu 121.
Mr. Interpreter,
Angumqondi.
Mr. Interpreter,
Say.
can you ask him to make sure he identifies each of those weapons appearing on the slides, on the sections of that slide?
Go nearer there.
There are 5 photographs on the slide, and I think what Mr. Semenya wants him to do is to look closely at each of the 5 slides. Perhaps he can go back and look at it, and then Mr. Semenya can continue with his cross-examination.
Umhlekazi uSimenya ucela ukuba usondele phaya uyijonge yonke lemfanekiso ephaya ngoba kuzawuthi emva koko akubuze imibuzo ephathelene nayo yonke. Masiyeke mfowabo.
Yo le ndiyibona.
I can see this on the exhibit L.
All right, describe the one at the bottom left.
Awusichazele ke lo ola ezantsi ngasesandleni sokhohlo.
ndandingaphathanga mkhonto.
I wasn't carrying an assegai.
Can you describe what you see at the bottom left
Ngasichazela
of
into
that slide?
evele apha kulo mfanekiso uba yintoni?
Ngumkhonto ofakwe elwimini.
It's somebody that is licking his spear with his tongue.
And the weapon appearing middle of that slide, middle left of that slide.
Kwesi sithombe kulo mfanekiso lona intoni lephethwe ngulo muntu phaya?
Ubush.
It's a bush knife, panga.
That's what you would have had on the day.
Into efana naleyo wawuyiphethe ngaloo mini.
Inqola ayifani nalena.
No, mine was an iron rod, unlike what appears on the slide.
I thought you had a butch knife as well.
Anditshilo uba wawuyiphethe nebush?
Ndandiyiphethe nebush.
Yes, I also had a bush knife.
Similar to the one appearing here.
Efana nale ivele apha.
Yeah.
Yes.
The one at the top corner left.
Apha ke ngasesandeni sokhohlo ngasephezulu ubona ntoni?
Iblanket.
See a person wearing a blanket?
Yeah, a blanket is not a weapon. We're trying to identify weapons now.
Or iblanket akusosixhobo. Masithethe ngezixhobo.
Akunasixhobo.
There are no weapons there.
Do you want to try again?
Khawuzame futhi baba. Jonge kahle.
Kulona umuntu noba.
Are you referring to the person on the extreme right?
Can you see him?
Uyambona?
Ngiyambona lo.
Yes, I see this one
What-
pointing
what-
at the person who's kneeling, who's on his knees on the right hand side.
What's in his right arm?
Apha esandleni sakhe sokunene uphethe ntoni?
Uphethe ubush.
He has a butcher knife.
Center of that?
Xa siza apha phakathi zintoni ezikhona?
Uphethe imikhonto.
There are assegais.
Now center. Center top.
Xa usiza apha ngaphezulu.
Nentonga.
There are also sticks.
I see a butch knife. Do you see it?
Kwesi siphakathi. Lo mfanekiso uphakathi. Uyayibona ibhusha le?
Yeah, ibush.
Yes, that's a butcher knife.
And the top right is a spear.
Apha ngasesandleni sokunene phezulu. Ubona ntoni?
Ngumkhonto.
It's an assegai.
Now the evidence will be these are visuals of the 15th of August 2012 at the copy.
Ubungqina obukhoyo ka kule commission okokuba le mifanekiso yathathwa nge-15 pha ekopini.
You saw that?
Wazibona izinto pha?
Ndandizibonile.
Yes, I did. I saw them.
And it was clear to you that the protesters would use them if they wanted to, right?
Kwakucacile ke nakuwo kokuba aba baqhankqalazi bebenokuzisebenzisa xa bekukho isidingo sinjalo. Kunjalo?
Yeah.
Yes.
And you made peace with the fact that they would be doing for all of you.
Leyo nto bebazokuyenza banenzela nina nonke enikhoyo apho. Njalo?
Uphinde.
Just repeat the question, sir.
You were part of those who'd use your weapons when you decided to.
Ungomnye weliqela labantu lalilapho wayengasebenzisa isixhobo sakho xa bekukhona isidingo sokuba sisebenze.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask you to look at slide 172 on the same exhibit?
Make sijonge unumber 172 apha. Uyabona lo mfanekiso?
Yeah.
I see it, sir.
That visual is also of the 16th at the copy. You saw people holding those weapons?
Lo mfanekiso uthathwe nge-16 phaya ekopini. Wazibona ezi zinto zikhona phaya?
Yazibona.
I did see them, yes.
You were part of that group, right?
Andithi nawe ubongomnye waba bantu.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let me ask you to look at 173 slide of the same exhibit.
Masize apha kwesilandelayo. Size kwesilandelayo u173. Yasibona?
Yeah.
I see it.
That's a Ngula there, right?
Dithi uphethe inqula lo muntu.
Umkondo.
Oh, that's an Asagai.
Or the two Asagais?
Mkhonto embini.
Yeah, imikondo emibili.
Yes, it's two Asagais.
On the 16th, he was there. Did you see that as well?
Wayibona lento nge-16 ngoba wawukhona phaya.
Ndiyayibona bandani khona.
Yes, I was there, I saw it.
Can I invite you to have a look at slide 167?
Masiphinde umva apha ke sithi 167. 167 yambona?
Yeah.
I can see it.
You do recognize Mambush, don't you?
Uyamkhumbula lo Mambush?
Ndiyamkhumbula.
Yes, I do.
He was your leader, wasn't he?
Andithi uye ubengumholi wenu phaya, ubeyilida.
Ewe ube waye ekhethi uba makasithethe.
Yes, he was elected as one of the people to represent us.
And he was leading the group, not only in representations, am I right?
Andithi wayengumholi walelo. Qembu ungasengumuntu nje oyothetha kuphela, wayengumholi phaya. A leader.
Andiyazi ke.
That I don't know.
Sorry,
Uthaka kuvanga kahle?
Andiyazi ke.
That I don't know.
You don't know that he was leading the group.
Awazi okokuba nguye wayehola ababantu.
Waye ekhethelwe uba makasithethelele phaya kwi-hip xa kumiswe i-hip pha kuzawuthethwa na.
He was elected to be one of the people who were going to talk at the Nyala when the people arrived.
Was Mambush not one of the leaders of the group? I'm not talking about talking.
Ayastating ngokuba ubani wayeyawuthetha ndithi uMambush lo kwangena umuntu wayehola ababantu babeqhankqalaza apha.
Kulapho ndingaqonde khona ke ngo.
That I do not really know.
According to the caption of that slide, which reads, "Protester 5 addresses the crowd," it appears that he is depicted on that slide as addressing the crowd.
As a person?
As a person who is addressing the crowd, speaking to the crowd.
Apha kuvela khona imfowabo. Kuyabonakala kokuba nguye umuntu othethayo othetha nabantu abaqhankqalaza.
Did you see and hear him addressing the crowd?
Wambona wamva ethetha nabaqhankqalaza.
Yeah, wayethetha.
Yes, he was talking. We talked to the people.
He was addressing the crowd, was he?
Ethetha naba bantu babeqhankqalaza.
Ethetha nabasebenzi.
Talking to the workers.
To the protesters, the strikers.
Aba bebastrikile abasebenzi.
Yeah.
Yes.
Including you.
Nawe ke ungomnye wabo bantu.
Ewe.
Yes.
And on slide 169 of that same exhibit,
Apha ku169 xa sijonga ku169 uyawubona lo mfanekiso?
Ujonge.
I am looking at the slide, yes.
that President of AMCO, Mr. Matunjo, right?
Andithi luvele apha ngupresident we-AMCO Mhlekazi Mathunjwa.
Yeah.
Yes.
Addressing the crowd in which you were part.
Ethetha naba baqhankqalazi ungomnye wena wabo phaya. Kunjalo?
Yeah.
That's correct.
Pleading with you to disarm.
Enicenga kokuba hayi ma wethu makubekwe phansi izixhobo. Kunjalo?
Wathi
He said
masi dede kule ndawo sihambe siye endaweni zethu esihlala kuzo.
He said we should move away from that place and proceed to our places of residence.
Pleading with you to disarm, right?
Wanicenga nokokuba nibeke phansi izixhobo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which request you did not follow as a group, am I right?
Aniyenzanga ke lonto ninonke phaya igroup yonke ayenzanga lonto kubeka phansi izixhobo.
Kungokuya sasilinde umqeshi.
We were still waiting for the employer.
Which request you did not follow, all of you, right?
Esicelo sakhe sokubekwe izixhobo anisimamelanga nizange niyenze lonto. Kunjalo?
Zange sisibeke.
We did not put down our weapons.
Despite his request.
Noma esenicelile nicenga ukuba nenze njalo.
Sathi kuye sifuna umqeshi.
We said to him we wanted the employer.
Despite his request.
Buzo kokuba noma esenicelile ukuba makubekwe phansi izixhobo anenzanga ngolohlobo aniyenzanga lonto.
Zange yenzeka.
It did not happen.
Can I now invite you to look at the slide 119 of that exhibit?
Make sijonge ke apha emva 119. Nangu 119.
Yeah.
Do you want to
see,
do you want to get closer to see whether you can even find yourself there?
Ungasondela phaya ukwazi ukujonga usondele phaya kumfanekiso omkhulu ujonge ungakwazi ukuzibona ukuba uphi wena phaya.
Andinozibona uba ndiphakathi kude kakhulu.
I would not be able to identify myself because I'm right in the middle, quite far.
You sure about that at least?
Nyanisile?
Nyanisile.
Yes.
So, at least I am correct to say you are part of the core group which is with Mr. Noki, right?
Ndinyanisile xa ndithi ukukwaba bantu ababehamba noNoki.
Hayi.
No, I'm not there. Awukho?
Hayi.
No, I'm not there.
We've just agreed you are in the middle, man.
Hayi mfokaba umani uvumile okokuba uphaa phakathi. Andithi?
Ewe ndiphakathi mari andinobonakala apha ndise mva mbijana.
Yes, I said I'm in the
Phambili.
middle, but not in the front group, a bit to the middle at the back.
This is the same group where Mr. Noki is, right?
Andithi yole group apha kwakhona uNoki kuyo.
uNoki ngubani lo?
Who is Noki, by the way?
Sorry, Mr. Mambush.
Lo obizwa ngokuba ngumambushi.
Umambotsha wayephambili.
Yes, ma'am.
Andalinto.
Mambush was in the front. I'm not denying that.
And if you look at that slide, you will see there are other protesters who are high up on the copy. Do you see that?
Xa ujonga lo mfanekiso usiya phaa emva kukho abanye abaqhankqalazi abaphaa emva kunjalo?
Ewe bakhona abantu.
Yes, there are those people.
They are not the ones who are squatting with these butch knives and pangas and spears, am I right?
Andithi abo bohlukile kulaba aba baguqe apha baphethe ibush knife nephanga aba baphambili.
Andiqondi uba kukhona abantu abehlukileyo kwinto esasiyenza pha.
I don't think there was any difference between the people and what we were doing there.
Aye, Mr. Phatsha. Do you want to go look closer to that frame?
The question is, should go closer.
Can you go closer to that frame, you'll see you are squatting with at the front and at the center, as you say, and there's another group of people up the copy who are not squatting like you.
Uthi xa ungasondela phaya uza kuzibona ukhona aba kwababa phambili phambi kwale group liphaya emva.
Chairperson?
I don't see clearly.
Sorry, I think that question is distinctly unfair insofar as the word you are squatting is now used when the witness has clearly said he was not in that group.
Uthi lo mbuzo awulunganga ngoba uvezile lo mfokuba akakho kwaba bantu.
No, the answer is not the answer that will be, it's the question that I'm questioning. You can't say to somebody you are doing something when he said he was not there in that group.
He said he was there.
He said he was in the middle of the group, as I understood it. But
I'm
anyway,
sorry, Chairperson.
let's see whether
Said he was at the back.
Let's see whether Mr. Semenya can deal with the matter in a way which avoids the objection.
Umhlale ngaphambili uthi make siyeke umhlekazi uSiminya
We'll ask it
kuzimbuzo
again.
sibone uba yina ucacana lento.
If you can, with your finger, just show us where more or less you are there.
Xa unga uyaphaya ngomno nje wolatho kokuba mina ndicinga ukuba ndandila.
Andikwazi uba ndingolatha ngomnwe phakathi kwesininzi esingaka.
I find it difficult that I would point with a finger among so many people.
Now you're just giving us a general idea, nothing specific.
Ukuzama nje ukuba bendingaba mhlawumbe apha. Akho nto.
Ukungathekisa kwento ndingayazi ndingazuthi ndilapha ndibe ndingekho apha.
Making that kind of an estimation wouldn't be right because I've said I wasn't there.
You were not there at all now, you say?
Uthi ubungekho apho nyanyani?
Bendingekho.
No, I wasn't there.
You look at the go up close to the, close to the slide.
I was at the back, Mr. Chairperson.
Go up close to the slide and indicate, if you can, in general terms, where you were.
Xa ungaya phaya kulo mfanekiso usibonise nje okokuba mna ndandifanele ukuthi ndibe kwava abantu kanene apha nje wolathe nje.
Yilando ndithi kunzima ukungathekisa uba ndandilapha.
That is what I'm saying, Mr. Chairperson, that it's difficult for me to go and estimate that I could have been here when I wasn't actually there.
Saying that you are nowhere on that slide anywhere.
Uthi ngamanye amazwi kuwo wonke lo mfanekiso apha akukho apho ukhona wena.
Andikho.
I'm not there.
You were standing at a spot which was not photographed at all.
Uthi kule ndawo ubekuyo ngeli xesha ayivelanga kulo mfanekiso.
Ndandisemva kude.
I was right at the back far.
Of the people who are squatting there?
Emva ekudeni kwaba bantu aba lapha phambili aba
Yes.
kabe ngamadolo apha phambili.
Yes.
Yes.
You were at the back of that group?
No. Chairperson,
Uyalapha umhlekazi uMpofu.
No, as I understand it, it's simply a question. I think you should be given an opportunity to answer the question without getting any assistance from any objection that may be raised.
well, can I at least make my objection? All I'm saying is the interpretation of the question and what Mr. Semenya has put are two different things. What Mr. Semenya is putting is that he says he was at the back. I don't want to suggest what he means by that. But Mr. Semenya's question suggests that he was at the back of the front group, something like that. But the way that it was interpreted is to say he was further back from the people at the front, which is a completely different thing. Mr. Semenya is putting a different proposition, which is that he was still part of the front group, but at the back of it. If that could just be clarified. Thank you, Chair.
May I please explain here, Mr. Chairperson, that Mr. Mpofu is mistaken here because the word used by the witness was kude. In Xhosa, that is far. And that is how I interpret it.
Right. Anyway, before we carry on with the questions, would you be kind enough to stand up, go and have a look at the screen, and tell us whether you can see yourself there or see the spot that you were, even if it was far away from the front. And if you can see the spot more or less where you were, then put your finger there.
Usukume apha uye phaya kulo mfanekiso. Utsho wena okokuba apha kulo mfanekiso bekungenzeka ukuba ndibe apha ikanene hayi andiveli mina kulo mfanekiso ubone icala owawukulo. As I'm thinking at the place where I'm pointing, at the back.
He's pointing at the back of the photograph, more or less under the letter W, where it appears at the top of the slide, placing himself somewhere there. Can you improve on that description?
It's all right, Chair. You were squatting, were you not?
Andisi nawe ube njengaba bantu niphansi chophile.
Ndandingachophanga.
No, not me.
Did you see those who were squatting?
Wababona aba babechophile.
Babechophile.
Yes, they were squatting.
All right. Any particular reason you were not squatting?
Kwakukho sizathu simbe mhlambo wena esenza ukuba ungachophi.
Kuba ndisemva.
Because I was at the back.
Oh, the formation was that the front ones squat, the back ones don't.
Aba babechwathile ngaba babephambili nje abangasemva bangachwathanga. Kwakunjani?
Babemile ngenyawo abasemva.
Those at the back were standing on their feet.
Okay. So when you say in your statement you are part of the front group, you recall that?
Xa uthi kwi-statement sakho ubu kulamadoda bephambili uyayikhumbula loo nto ithatha kwi-statement sakho?
Azange nditsho.
I did not say that.
No, hang on. I'll put you in context.
Ima kancinci ndichazele kakuhle.
You recall there was a time when you were with a group that was going around the crawl.
Uyakhumbula uthi wawukula qela laliphaya ngasebuhlanti.
Iqela elalingasebuhlanti njani?
In what way, if that could be explained?
Do you ever, on that day of the 16th, recall being with a crowd that went around the crawl?
Uyakhumbula ngaloo mini unabantu icala elithize nani yangasebuhlanti?
Imbangi yokuba siye ngasebuhlanti kuba sele sesibiyelwa ngecingo.
The reason we proceeded towards the crawl was when they were boxing us up in this barbed wire.
Yeah, at that time you were part of the front group, am I right?
Ngelo xesha wawungomnye waba babephambili.
Ndandingekho phambili.
I wasn't in front.
You are not part of the people who are in the front.
Wawungekho kwaba babe ngabantu ababephambili.
Ndandingekho phambili.
I was not in front.
But part of those who were in front.
Kodwa wawukwelo qela ekwakulona.
Ewe ndandikwelo qela kodwa ndingekho phambili.
I was in that group, yes, but not right in front.
Now let me share with you what that group represents, Mr. Phatsha.
Mandi kuxelele ke Mhleka Phatsha kokuba lo group kwakwenzekeni into neyayenza.
If we go to slide number 192 on exhibit 11L rather.
Umfanekiso 192. Nangu 192.
Oh.
I see 191. I've just shown him 192
Okay.
below.
That's Mambush there.
Ngumambush lo vela apha ndithi.
Fanekisa ingubo andimazi kwayena.
The blanket looks similar to his, but I don't know if it's him.
Okay, trust me, that's Mambush.
Uthi Mthembe uye nyani uMambush.
Ndiva ngawe.
I heard that from you, sir.
Let me tell you what the evidence will say. Mambush is telling the police there
Uthi uMambush apha uthetha namapolisi waxelela ukuthi
that we must sign a paper so that the world can see how we will kill one another today.
uthi uMambush apha emapoliseni ndifuna ukuba sisayine phansi sibhale phansi phela de wonke umhlaba wazi okokuba sizawubulalana kanjani apha namhla.
Ndiva ngawe leyo.
I hear that from you, sir.
Now that you hear it from me, it is a declaration of war, right?
Ngoba uyiva ngami ke intetho enjengaleyo andithi ikhombisa okokuba imfazwe le nthetha ngayo kuyaliwa.
Andiqondi uba kwakunjalo.
I don't know if that was the position.
I don't understand your answer.
Hayi andiva kakuhle impendulo yakho.
Somebody who says we must sign a paper today so that the world can see how we will kill one another today, I'm saying to you that's a declaration of war.
Uthi xa umuntu esho ngolo hlobo bathi masibhale phansi sisayine emaphepheni umhlaba uzokwazi ukubona okokuba siyabulalana namhlanje imfazwe phakathi kwethu.
Zange ndiyive ke mina ke lonto.
I did not hear that.
Somebody who uses those words is declaring war.
Uthi ke kodwa umuntu othetha amazwi anjengalo andithi uthetha ngokuliwa ngokuba makuliwe uthetha ngemfazwe.
Ewe wayethetha kodwa azange ndiyive leyo ukubana
He was talking
makwenziwe iphepha.
But I did not hear him saying anything about the paper that was to be made.
Will you agree that if he did say, we must sign a paper so that the world can see how we will kill one another today, that would have been a declaration of war?
Uzawuvumelana nale ntetho yokokuba xa kuba wayeyithethile nyani le nto okokuba makusayine phantsi emaphepheni kuze umhlaba wonke ubone okokuba sibulalana kanjani namhlanje bekuyintetho leyo ethi kuzawubakho impi apho imfazwe.
Ilento ndithi zange ndiyive lonto.
That is what I'm saying, Mr. Chairperson, that I did not hear him say so.
Asking you something else. If he said it, I know you say you didn't hear him.
Do
you agree that if that's what he said, he was effectively declaring war?
Uba ubeyithethile into enjengaleyo ube sitsho okokuba kuyaliwa namhlanje impi.
Inokwaziwa nguye lonto.
He would know what he meant by that.
Okay, he will know, but he will be talking about the people with the pangas and the bush knives and the spears who are going to be killing one another today.
Andithi bethetha ngaba bantu bebaxhome phaya bephethe izakwe babaphethe intonga baphethe inqula bephethe yonke lento imkonto aba bebazawulwa ngalo mina bethetha ngabo bantu.
Ilento ndithi ifanele uba yaziwe nguye lonto mna ndinawuyazi.
That's what I'm saying, Mr. Chairperson, that he should know exactly what he meant by so saying, I do not know.
Yes, I'm saying even you were part of that group. So if I'm totally wrong, you'll be able to say I'm wrong.
Yabona ke ndithetha ngoba wena wawukhona kwelo cala. Xa ukuba ndi-wrong ngokule nto endiyicingayo wena ozokwazi uba unilungise uba hayi kwakungatshiwo loo nto.
Ewe ndandikhona kodwa le yephepha andiyazi.
Yes, it's true I was there, but coming to this question about the paper, I don't know anything.
No, let's leave the paper alone. It will confuse us.
Paper, kancinci.
Mambu should be saying, when he says we, he would be referring to those wielding pangas, bush knives, ingulas, etc. Correct?
Andithi uMambush xa ethi thina wayethetha ngaba bantu abenabo babephethe inqula bephethe imikhonto bephethe ipanga bephethe zonke ezi zinto. Ndithi
ifanele kuphendulwa nguye lonto hayi mna.
Is the person who's supposed to respond to that question, not me.
All right, help us because we're not there.
Mawusincede ke ngoba besingekho apho thina.
Who else conceivably could Mambush be referring to if he said so?
Xa usucinga ke wena mfowabo, xa ethetha ngolo hlobo uMambushi, ngobani abanye abantu ubethetha ngabo mhlambe?
Andinoyicamanga ukuthi lonto ingeza kumi kuba uMambushi ufane ba aphendule yena wayethetha.
I don't think that that should be put to me to respond to, because it was Mambush who was saying these words. He is the person to respond to that question.
No, Mr. Phatsha, I'll show you. You and Mambush are one and the same people. You are moving in a group, but we'll get there later.
Yabona ke nje ukhomisa ubona noMambush nani ngabantu banye nanamba kunye nenza zonke izinto kunye.
The point
Akunjalo.
No, it's not so.
Okay. You say Mambush was not referring to the panga wielding people, the bush knife wielding people, the ingula wielding people, when he said we are going to kill each other today.
Uthi xa sikuva kakuhle uMambush ubengathethi ngaba bantu abaphethe incula, baphethe imikhonto, bephethe iphanga xa ethi sizawubulalana apha wayengathethi ngabo bantu.
Wayethetha ngantoni?
What was it then speaking about?
He was talking about the killing that was going to happen shortly.
Wayethetha ngokusweleka kwabantu kwakuzokwenzeka emva kwexesha.
Bezoswelekiswa intoni?
What was going to kill those people?
Can I answer your question? Go to slide 119.
Andiphendule umbuzo wakho ngale ndlela ke mfowabo, masiye phaya ku-199.
Sorry, 174.
174. No. Oh, masiye ku-174.
Sorry, let me just correct myself. Let's go to slide 206. I'll show you.
Oh, masiye ku-206.
Of Exhibit L.
Silapha ku-206 ngoku. Ubona lo mfanekiso? I'm looking at 206, yes?
You can see Mambush there, can you?
Anku Mambush uyabonakala ndithi?
Yeah, ndiyambona.
Yes, I can see him.
You see the person marked number 4 there, he's got a firearm.
Yambona lo muntu. Yambona lo muntu, number 4. Phethe umpupha.
Andiwuboni kakuhle.
I'm not seeing it clearly.
You want us to play the video?
Funa sikhombise umfanekiso pha.
I think you should look at the, you see that yellow circle below the hand of
the
person marked number 4.
I see the yellow circle, yes, sir?
What's in the yellow circle?
Kunantoni apho?
Andiyiboni kakuhle.
It's not clear to me.
Well, I'll cut it short. You can accept we have seen it. It's a firearm.
Ayungamkela ke siyibonile sonke okokuba ngumbhulo pha.
Ngokuba kutsho wena.
If you say so, yes.
Do you see there is a police officer there?
Uyabona kukho ipolice apha?
Ndilejongile.
I'm looking at him.
And I wanted to answer your question, who was going to be killed?
Phendula lo mbuzo wakho ke xa uthi kwakuyobulawa bani apha.
So we have established now the police are going to be killed.
Siyayibona ke lento ngokuba ngamapolisa
You hadn't answered
labe
your question
obulawa.
yet. You put the question, but he hadn't answered it yet. Then you say you'd established what he hadn't answered. I think you must give him a chance to answer the question.
Makesive.
Ndiphendule.
Should I respond?
Please.
Ewe.
Andinanjongo zokuba kwakuyobulawa abantu mna.
I personally did not have any intent that people should be killed there.
Yeah, let's talk about number 4 for now.
Masithethe ngalo number 4 ngwangu.
Unumber 4 ufanele kuziphendulela angaphendulelwa ndim.
Number 4 has to himself answer the question and not me on his behalf.
You see number 4 and Mambush.
Yambona number 4 no Mambush.
Ndibabhekile.
I'm looking at them, yes.
They are acting in concert.
Yabona okokuba benza into apha ngokubambisana benza into enye.
Bangazazi bona uba babambisene mna ndazi into.
They would know whether they are acting in concert. I don't know anything.
And I at least say you are running with them.
That he was running with them.
Running with them.
Uthi nawe ububaleka kunye nabo pha.
Ndingasemva.
At the back, yes.
Running with them.
Baleka kunye nabo.
Kunjalo.
That's so.
Carrying your weapons.
Uziphethe izixhobo zakho.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
They too carrying weapons.
Nabo bephethe zabo.
Kunjalo.
That's so.
Some of them firearms.
Banye babo baphethe imipu.
Zange ndibone umuntu aphethe mpu.
I did not see anybody with a firearm.
Facing the police.
Bejonge ngasemapoliseni.
Akho mntu wayejongise ngasemapoliseni.
Nobody was facing in the direction of the police.
You want to think that one through?
Awucinga kakuhle mfowabo.
Akukwazeki uba ndingaphinde ndicinge ngokuba ndithi akho mntu ejongise emapoliseni.
There's no other way in which I can think. I am saying nobody ran towards the police.
Okay, we'll deal with that a little more extensive a little later.
This is
Can I
our
invite you
opinion.
to look at
Number 4, is he not facing the policeman whose back we can see in the slide?
Lo number 4. Xa umjonga apha akajonganga kweli police elingapha.
Andinokumazi uba ujongise phi.
I would not know which side he was looking at.
Is he looking straight ahead, and isn't the policeman straight ahead of him?
Xa umbona apha akajonganga eli police.
Chairperson, I'm sorry, I don't think that's fair. Because there could have been a lion behind the policeman. Oh, how do we know what he was looking at?
Uthi umhlekazi uMpofu hayi lo mbuzo wawo kungenzeka kuba kwakhona ingonyama phaya emva kwepolice awayijongile lo muntu.
We need to stop for a moment. Let's get the answer of the witness to my question.
Ake sive ingqina kuba lithini lona. Uthini wena mfokapha?
Enini.
Andiv?
Enini. Ndithini enini.
What do I have to respond to, sir?
Man in number 4 is looking ahead, and ahead of him is a policeman whose back we can see. Would you agree? Is that what you see, or don't you see that?
Kuthiwa uyayibona na le nto mfo nje masikubona mfundisi andithi lo muntu ujonge phambili phambi kwakhe kukho ipolice.
Andiliboni liphambi kwakhe ipolice lisecaleni kwakhe.
I don't see the policeman as being right in front of him. He's on the side.
Chair, maybe we should play the clip so that we shouldn't have this debate with this witness.
Tekazothi makudlale lo mfanekiso sibone kakuhle okokuba kwenzeka ntoni phaya kunokokuba siloko siphikisana nelingqi.
Chair, I'm sorry if I'm not sure which clip is proposed to be shown. If it's a video of the shooting, could the warning be given to the family members?
I think he wants the clip, which is slide 206. But if in the process of seeing that clip, there will be the bodies of deceased people, which will cause unhappiness and sadness and distress to members of their family, then they will be advised to leave. But let's first find out whether they are on the clip that Mr. Semenya wants to have shown.
No, Chair, I don't want visuals beyond this point of the individual shooting.
Hlekazi uSiminya ufuna lo mfanekiso udlale nje kude kufike apha njengoba umama ubeveza phaya ukuba xa uqhubeka lo mfanekiso kukho imfanekiso engemhle noko apha ezawuvisa abantu ubuhlungu xa bejongile babona ezalamani zabo zonzakala ngendlela ethize phaya ngokubethi makucelwe abo bantu kokuba baphumele phandle aba babona kokuba abana kuyimela noko lento ezawuvela phaya.
Chair, I'm sorry, even if it's just the clip of the shooting, could that warning be given? Because I did notice that some of the family members got quite distressed yesterday.
Uthi ke umama hayi noko xa kuzawuvela nje apho kudutshula khona unesicelo sokuba izalamani izihlobo zaba bantu abakule mfanekiso bathi ukushenqa kancinci ngoba lento ivisa ubuhlungu.
We are going to be shown a clip which includes footage of people being shot and the shooting that took place at scene 1 on the 16th of August. I take it there are members of the families of people who were killed at scene 1 on the 16th of August, present in the auditorium. I will ask those who are going to show us the video not to do so until 2 minutes have elapsed, so that anyone who feels that he or she might be distressed and really badly upset by seeing what we're going to see will get an opportunity to leave the auditorium.
Isicelo esivela kumhlali ngaphambili okokuba sizamnika imizuzu emibini ikakhulu abahlolokazi izalamani nezihlobo zaba bantu abasoleka abadutshula ngomhla ka-16 ngoba lento engahle ivele apha ngakuvisa ubuhlungu xa ungafuneki ukuyibona make uthi ukushenqa kancinci izawuxa seyigqityiwe bese uyabuya futhi imizuzu nje emibini.
Chair, if I may just indicate that there is no video attached to this particular slide of Exhibit L. So I'm not sure if Mr. Semenya would like us to show one of the videos from the CC collection or one of the clips from Mr. Budlinder's compilation of videos.
Mr. Semenya, you heard the question. What's the answer?
Uza okokuba ngomphi umfanekiso kufanele uboniswe apha ngowathathwa ngeliphi icela sizawuva ngokungumhlekazi uSimenya.
I cannot be particularly specific, Ms. Pillay, but the one depicting that frame.
Ela umfanekiso oveza lento ivele phaya kwangoku.
I'm told it is Mr. Budlinder's collection that would have it.
Uthiwa ngile ephethwe ngumhlekazi uBudlinder.
Chair, if I could just ask the technicians to look at AAA, Exhibit AAA, the Al Jazeera footage on Exhibit AAA.
Bazawuzama ke phaya phezulu basibonise umfanekiso wathathwa ngababa kwa Al Jazeera apho ivela khona lento.
If it will take some time, we could take the tea adjournment now, I suppose, a little bit earlier than usual, so that we don't lose time at this stage. No, it looks as if they're ready to show it.
Perhaps, Chair, your earlier suggestion.
Tightly packed and staying low to the ground, with spears, sticks and machetes. South African police forced these miners into an area with razor wire. Then they boxed them in using armoured vehicles. Then this happened.
No, that's not the one, Chair.
Not the one. Well, I suggested we take the tea, German, to the stage, and while we are having our tea, you can.
Sizawuthatha ixeshanyana nje letiye bafune umfanekiso okuyiwona uzothi kasibuye etiyeni uvele. Enkosi.